in taking care of patients from all walks of life, a proud University of Houston alumni and a graduate of UT McGovern Medical School in Houston. She also completed her residency in adult psychiatry and postdoctorate fellowship in child and adolescent psychiatry in 2004. As a former TV talk show personality, assistant professor at the world-renowned Baylor College of Medicine, Menninger Department of Psychiatry, and maintaining an international private practice that spans several continents. She brings a wealth of knowledge and expertise to Texas psychiatry, and she is joining us today as an expert. She's doing an individual at her clinics. She does individual therapy as well as couples counseling and stuff, so keep that in mind. She will be giving out her information at the end of the session in case you need to consult her or talk to her. I will now welcome Dr. Shama and give the mic to her. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I'd like to start off with Surah Fatiha. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen ar-Rahman ar-Rahim Maliki Yawm ad-Din Iyaka na'budu wa iyaka nasta'in Ahdina as-sirata al-mustaqim Sirata alladhina an'amta alayhim Ghayri al-maghdubi alayhim waladdallin. Ameen. Welcome, brothers and sisters, for what is going to be hopefully a very insightful day for you, where you're learning about what it takes to meet the right person, how to make a marriage work, things that come up in marriages that people don't often talk about. And hopefully you'll walk away with some valuable tools that'll really be able to help you in your own personal life and journey, as well as be able to help others who you care about. So a little bit about myself. I'm a bit of a hybrid. I'm what you call a TCK, a third culture kid, which is where your mother's from a country, your dad's from another country, you're born and raised in different countries, so you have kind of an identity diffusion. So the only identity that I really related to growing up was being Muslim, because I could be whatever you wanted me to be. I could be Canadian, I could be Indian, I could be Pakistani, I could be, American. And so the one identity that I held on to was being a Muslim. And when I went to medical school, I graduated from medical school 25 years ago. I was the only Muslim person that I knew of in the country at that point that was born and raised in the United States and had gone to medical school here and was studying psychiatry. So I found myself at a crux of two different cultures, right? My parents originally came from overseas, but I was born and raised here, so I kind of had an amalgam of both. That put me in a very unique position. I was kind of a unicorn in the community because I was able to relate to kids that were born and raised here, because I was, and I was able to relate to the parents as well, right? So after I did my residency, I actually moved to Dubai, and I had a private practice there and a television talk show. So I did a morning show every morning that was syndicated throughout the region, and that kind of put that, was the foray into me doing more therapy. That being said, does anyone know what the divorce rate is today for Muslims in the United States? Raise your hand if you know. It's 50%. It's the same as the national average, right? So we think as Muslims we're immune to the challenges of society, but we're really not. We're dealing with the same issues. What percentage of divorces are initiated by women versus men? Does anyone know? Very good. Between 70 to 80% of divorces in the United States are filed by women, all right? And that's including women in the Muslim community. So this is an epidemic, guys, right? We think that, as Muslims with the morals and the values and the culture that we're raised in, it's protective. It's not. In fact, I attend a masjid in Sugarland, and the imam was giving a khutbah. And he said, I have conducted 150 nikahs in the past 2 years. Take a wild guess at how many of them are already divorced within the first 2 years of marriage. Numbers out of 150 marriages. What did you say, Fatima? 90. Out of the 150 nikahs that he conducted in the past 2 years, 90 are already divorced. So we need to start talking about what makes marriages work and what makes relationships work and why our relationships are not working. And because of that keen interest I have, and because I've been doing couples therapy for over 20 years in the United States and abroad, I have a perspective that's quite holistic. And so that's what I'm here to talk to you guys about, is what you need to do to really prepare yourself for marriage individually, what skill sets you need to have and look for in the spouse that you're planning to marry, and then what skill sets do you need to have to continue to make the marriage work. So these are the skill sets that I hope you adopt. And before you leave, I will give you a list of 100 questions that you should be asking for yourself and for your spouse that you can discuss if you decide not to do premarital therapy. And I will tell you right now, my take-home message for today is please stop spending money on weddings and jewelry and venues, and start spending money on premarital counseling before you get married. It will help you to actually keep the marriage that you're spending all the money on, okay? In fact, the Catholic Church requires you to get married. In order to get married in the Catholic Church, you have to do 6 months of premarital counseling, otherwise the priest will not marry you. What a great idea. I'm like, why don't we masjids adopt that? You know, all these shotgun weddings where people barely know each other, or they just know each other superficially based on resumes. Oh, this person has this education, comes from this family, is Punjabi or Gujarati or Egyptian or whatever, and that's all you know, right? So I'm a huge, huge, huge believer in premarital counseling, and I'll tell you why as we continue to talk. When you go to premarital counseling, the therapist, and I really encourage you to go to a Muslim marriage therapist, because I feel like there is a religious difference. In fact, we have a Texas Muslim mental health WhatsApp group that I started many years ago, but we have an association called MAPS, if anyone's interested, Muslim Association of Psychological Services, based out of Dallas, but they're all over Texas. And you can actually look there, and they have over 30 therapists there, and we have over 100 at least Muslim therapists and psychiatrists that are willing to do therapy here in Texas. So I highly encourage you to do that. So how do you prepare yourself for marriage first? Instead of just looking for the other person, and this is what I want, you need to look within yourself first. You need to be in a mentally healthy place first before you can bring someone into your life. Okay, no guy or girl is Jesus. No one's there to save you. No one's there to heal you. You have to figure that out yourself. So I take a very classic 4-pronged approach. In fact, if you go to my website, which is www.texaspsychiatry.com, it's a very generic name. My clinic's name is Texas Psychiatry, easy to remember. It actually tells you that there are 4 areas that you need to be mentally healthy in, or healthy and overall holistically, in order to be ready for marriage. So here it goes, okay? First thing is you have to be physically healthy, right? Which means you need to sleep enough, right? 75% of Americans are sleep deprived. What does that mean? 8 to 10 hours of a good night's sleep. You have to eat healthy, you have to exercise, you have to, take your vitamins, you have to do all those things that keep your body fit, right? So you feel good and you don't feel tired or irritable because of your fatigue. So you have to take care of your physical health. Number 2, you have to take care of your emotional or mental health, which means that there's 2 types of emotional health. You have to be externally healthy and internally healthy. And what does that mean? So external relationships, you have to figure out where the toxic relationships are in your life. You have to be able to set healthy boundaries for what is good and bad for you. There's certain friends and family you have. You just need to keep a healthy distance, right? And then there's certain people that when you're around them, you feel purpose-driven and inspired and good. Hang out with them more, right? And then there's internal toxicity. I always tell people, I can cut out all the extra. I can tell you, cut out this friend or cut out this person or this colleague, but how do you cut out your own brain when your own brain has negative toxic thoughts that make you feel crappy all the time? For example, somebody comes and says, oh, sister or brother, I really liked your shirt today. It was a really nice shirt. And then you think, well, I saw them yesterday. They didn't say anything about my shirt yesterday. I knew it was an ugly shirt. Like, it's just, there's negative thoughts that we have within ourselves. How do you cut those out? So you need to work on your internal brain system to where your brain becomes your best friend and not your worst enemy. And for a lot of us, our brains are our worst enemy, right? So even if people are telling you nice things, you hear about all these famous people like Kurt Cobain and, Whitney Houston, all these famous, and you think, wow, why would they kill themselves? It's because their internal toxicity was so bad, right? So you have to be physically healthy, emotionally healthy. Third, you need to be spiritually in a good place, right? And what do I mean by that? And I tell my patients this all the time, regardless of what faith background you come from, right? Spiritual health and having a purpose-driven life is very, very important. Who are you? Why are you here? And where are you going? Can you answer those 3 questions? For us as Muslims, the answer should be simple. We are Muslims. We are here to serve Allah. And where are we going? Back to Allah. Everything else in between is minutia, right? So having a very clear sense of purpose of why you're here and what you're here to do is so, so important in your spiritual health, right? Also, part of your spiritual health is making sure that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is at the center and core of your heart. Not money, not power, not beauty, not fame, not external validity, whatever it is. So check that within yourself. And lastly, intellectual health. Intellectual health is being able to pursue your passions, your hobbies, your career, your education, whatever it is. You cannot pursue your own intellectual health if you are unhealthy physically, emotionally, and spiritually, okay? So I always do, it's like ground up. So it's physical health, emotional health, intellectual health, spiritual health, ground up. So once you've kind of balanced those out and you feel like you're in a good space, now you can bring someone into your life that's actually going to be a holistic, incredibly rewarding relationship. But you have to look for those same connections with your spouse. So in couples therapy, that's the first thing I ask. One of those 4 areas is missing in their relationship. When couples come to me, either they have a bad physical relationship, they're not emotionally supportive of each other or there for each other, or feel emotionally safe, they're not spiritually aligned, or intellectually they don't respect each other's thoughts and ideas, and they just don't think that, oh, well, what do they know? They don't have that respect, right? So always check and ask yourself when you meet someone, do they connect with you on those 4 levels? Because if one or more of those levels is missing, you are going to feel that void in your marriage or in your love life or romantic life, right? So that being said, I think it's so important to have self-insight and work on yourself. And then I also think it's important that the person that you're meeting also comes from a background that is they're also balanced. Remember, guys, we're not here to save people. Oh, he's wonderful, but he's just lacking in this area, and I'm going to pick him up and make him all better. You can't do that. That's their journey. You have to accept people where they are. Don't ever make the cardinal mistake of marrying someone thinking they're going to improve in some area of their life, and then things are going to be awesome, because it doesn't happen. People don't make changes for other people. They make it for themselves, all right? If they do, it's temporary, or they're just going to go behind your back, and they're going to do it anyways, right? I hear a lot of people, like, for example, girls will say, oh, my husband wants me to dress this certain way, so I just dress that way in front of him, but when he's not around, oh, I feel free, I can wear what I want. It just doesn't work that way. You have to accept people where they are. So that being said, what are the major things that people have problems with when they get married? People say that finances are usually the reason that marriages break down. I disagree. And I'm going to talk about some things. This is an adult audience, yes? Everyone's 18 and over? Okay. So I believe in my 25 years of experience as a medical doctor practicing psychiatry and doing therapy that the number one reason that causes problems in marriage is intimacy. I believe that, from my experience, intimacy is 70% of a marriage. And it's not because of intimacy in and of itself, it's because intimacy is a reflection of where your relationship is emotionally, physically, and intellectually. So that's one of the first things I ask couples when they walk into the room is, what is your intimacy life like? And pretty much, almost all the time, it's terrible. In fact, there's a study that's been done on married men, and it said 80% of married men would have stayed married to their partner despite all the other problems they had if the intimacy remained good. That's how powerful intimacy is. So let's not underestimate it, and let's give it its due and understand that's the fitrah of humans. It's the fitrah of man. And we need to understand that it is something that we really need to be aware of. And it leads to a lot of other issues, right? Because if you have a breakdown in a connection and there's a breakdown in physical intimacy, now it's leading to all sorts of other fitnas and problems within your relationship, and it won't last. In fact, many times, husbands and wives will tell me, once the intimacy was gone, the marriage was over. So that's just my experience. I mean, y'all are welcome in the audience to share what your thoughts are. I also think that there has been, and I'm going to make some really controversial statements, that's why I asked if this 18 or over crowd. I think women really lost out on this whole feminism movement, and I think it's really, really, it's really unfortunate. I think that there has been an emasculation or a demasculinization of men, and I think there's been a masculinization of women. And I truly, truly believe, as an educated professional woman that was born and raised here, that women need to understand their roles as a wife, and men need to understand their roles as a husband. It's when we cross those lines and start blurring them, that's when we get into trouble. So, historically, what do I hear? Men say, you know what? My wife expects me to pay all the bills and take care of her and do everything for her, but she still wants to do whatever she wants and tells me what to do and go where she wants and make her own decisions and not involve me in them. And she works and she earns, so she feels like she should have an equal say to where that she can just overrule me. And I don't feel like I have a say in that marriage. I feel like I'm tiptoeing. A lot of men are like scared of their wives' moods, and they're scared of like how they're going to react. You know, they don't want to make them upset and cause issues. And so a lot of men feel very emasculated because of that. And that leads to a decrease in attraction. Remember, one of the number one things, I mean, obviously the number one thing that men look for in a marriage, what is it? Respect. Right? But the other thing that makes a man attracted to a woman after respect is femininity. How can you be a feminine woman and still be educated and professional and work, but still stay in your feminine? Women, on the other hand, say, you know what? He wants me to cook, clean, stay a size 2, take care of the kids, go out with him, and manage everything, and he wants to come home and just sit and relax and not help me with things, but I'm still expected to do the guy's job and the girl's job, so they're resentful. You know, most women in the United States work alongside their husbands, but they're expected to do so much more. So that's why I say that I think we lost out on the feminism movement, because prior to this, women could have the luxury of staying at home and raising their kids and taking care of themselves and being fit and looking cute for their husbands and, you know, having a nice, soft place for a man to come home to. But if a man and a woman are both equally tired when they come home, each person is looking towards the other for comfort, and there's none to give, because both of you guys are worn out. Even taking care of children at home full time is exhausting. Now, add on top of that, you're working too. It's just too much. But you're still expected to stay a size 2, guys, and look really attractive for them because all the women out there are giving them attention, so you have this pressure. So I think that these are some of the things that we have to understand as a society. We've become such a materialistic society that we're willing to sacrifice our time and our energy and be exhausted just to maintain the nice house and the nice cars. I always tell people, live a simpler life, but be home for each other. Give time to each other. So maybe you don't have the luxury car or the bigger house, but guess what? You can stay at home and take care of the kids, and your husband will be much happier with you because you're able to be that cushion, right? What does a man want to see when he comes home? He wants to see a nice, smiling, happy wife. He wants a nice dinner on table, right? And he wants to be welcomed with open arms. You can't do that if you're exhausted. So I think women need to start looking for also men who understand their roles. In fact, I have so many people come to me for premarital counseling, and I also introduce a lot of people to get married to each other just because I know a lot of people around the country and internationally. And I literally have men come and tell me, you know what? If I'm going to get married, she needs to split half the bills. She needs to pay for this, pay for that, and that's the only way I'll marry her. And I look at them and I say, so right now, who's paying all your bills? Oh, I am. So you're asking someone to come in and do everything as a wife, but also, so basically you're looking for, you're already emasculinated, right? So I think going back to traditional roles of being a husband and being the qawwam for women, what does qawwam mean? It doesn't mean you have authority, for women, over women. It means you have responsibility, right? And for a woman, what's her responsibility? It's to guard and take care of her husband's finances, not abuse them, not have unrealistic expectations. I think a lot of men, the reason women end up working is because men aren't able to provide them the luxuries that they want. And let's face it, in America, we do live in a very, very luxurious world, right? We have more in the United States than any other country known to man, including our neighbors, Mexico and Canada, right? So I think that a lot of men's complaints are, hey, the women expect so much out of us. They have to work. If she wants the luxuries, I can't do that on this salary. So I think that understanding and going back to these basic fundamentals is super important. Have we spoken for 20 minutes yet, or do we have a little bit more time? We have 1 more minute? Okay, so I'm going to conclude here and see if anyone has any questions or comments about some of the things that I've said. Any questions? Yes. That's a very question. So the sister has asked, what do I do when I get men that I'm talking to that don't understand these roles and expect me to bring in income and finances, and how do I make them understand? So first of all, it's a very basic fundamental question. I'm surprised how many men who know their Islam still have, views like this. It's really understanding the deen, right? Do you really understand your deen? Do you understand that in the Quran in Surah An-Nisa, it actually says you are responsible for protecting and providing for your woman, period. No ifs, ands, or buts. It doesn't say the good men. It doesn't say the special men. It says all men are qawam for women, whether they're good or bad, rich or poor. That's their response. Congratulations, guys. With that level of responsibility, and you get rights too, right? You have certain rights as a man, and you exercise them because you've been given those responsibilities. You don't get to have your cake and eat it too. You don't get to have all the rights and not take the responsibilities. So I think it goes back to a fundamental understanding of Islam. And if you're having a fundamental conversation with someone who doesn't understand those basic rights or basic understanding of the Quran and Sunnah, you need to question if it's the right person. I've told many women to walk away from men who didn't understand, because you're not. Look, guys, he's been this way for a long time. This is not something new. This is something he grew up with, something he experienced. Once again, you're trying to get him to change. It's going to come back. Even if he says, oh, I love you, I'll be okay. In a couple of years, it's going to go right back to that. People go back to their origins, usually. Any other questions? Any questions from the male side on any of the statements that I've made? Yes? Yes, go ahead.
And
if the men are what?
They are qawamin, they have to pay everything, and he has only a salary, and this woman, she's expecting more, and she's working too. You said this in the previous conversation, but if this woman accepts that the man is qawamin, she has to stay home and take care of her kids and help her husband as much as she can at home. That's for me to do. I am 75 years woman.
Inshallah, you look amazing for 75. I want to look like that when I'm 75.
Yeah, and always I was working before. Always I never try to be equal to my husband. Even we never had this issue problem. Oh, you have to pay, I have to pay. No, we know that we have rent, we have this, we have this, we have this. We pay everything, Then we have, like you said, we jot everything inside. Oh, you have how much you got, how much I got, and how much the rest. We have to be comfortable in certain time, because right now it's not like before. Qawamin, that means me, I will go work 12-hour shifts. I came with my check. I will do whatever I want. And here the man is qawamin. This is, I don't, you have to explain this to some women. Not all women, they understand. Some women, they go with the flow, You go, okay, your husband is working, you are together. We don't have, because some women, they're expecting, I will not pay any, like $1 only for the guy that he came to do the yard. No, you have to pay him. He's waiting for you to give him his money. I am not going to give him. I was looking at the woman. It's not correct. It's not, you have this money, give him. It's not 100, it will not make you lose your money, make you that you are a slave for this man. No.
So you bring up a very good point. I think that there are many situations where a husband is trying his hardest, but he's not able to provide, the standards or take care of the bills. And that's most couples in the United States, right? And I think the difference is that when a woman voluntarily steps out of her role to help her husband perform his role, which is financially support, that's a beautiful thing that she's done. But she does it on her own. It's very different when someone expects it out of you and says, I demand that you give me your salary, or you have to give me half. It's another thing to have, women are very emotional creatures. If you fulfill a woman emotionally and give her that support and stability and security, most women will step up and be like, I want to help. But at the same time, then that's a conversation you have to have, right? With your husband, okay, I'm going to be working 3 days a week now to help support the family. But on those days, honey, if you're getting home, can you get home and help take care of the dishes or cook or whatever? The problem that I see is in our society, historically, we have this whole, and especially if you're Indian or Pakistani, there's like this whole Bollywood, Oedipal nature of mothers and sons, where you raise children in an environment that's very patriarchal, right? So the men come in, they don't really help around the house, and the women do everything. So the sons that are born and raised here, that's what they've seen with their parents. So they think they're going to get married and have the same situation in their house, and it's just not the case anymore, right? I mean, now we have DoorDash, and we have Uber Eats, and we have all sorts of ways to get dinner. So I think that for men to understand that if they are asking their women or their women have chosen to voluntarily help, that they also need to step up and help with the wife's roles too. And understanding that they're doing each other's roles and not just their own. Does that make sense? I really want y'all to understand that when we are crossing the line and doing our husband's responsibility, or when a husband is helping with the wife's responsibility, that there's a clear understanding. There's rahmah. And that's the beautiful thing in the Quran. It talks about, the beautiful relationship between a husband and wife that's so unique, that involves the physical intimacy, that creates a rahmah between the husband and wife. And that's why I went back to the point why intimacy is so important as well, because it keeps the rahmah going. Yes, you have a question?
Already have explained though, but the couples that I deal with, and I'm not a counselor or nothing, I'm dragged into this at times, and what I see is women, especially Muslim women, sometimes they feel mine is mine and what is yours is mine also. You understand? Because the Quran says, or Islam says, that women can keep, they don't have to share what they make.
Correct.
And sometimes, they just have that in their minds.
Right, and I think that's, like I said, goes back to, yes, it definitely says in Islam that the husband is qawam for women financially, and that whatever she earns is her own, and she can choose whether she wants to spend it on the family or not. But that's where you have to have rahmah and understanding, right? No one can be rigid. Rigidity doesn't work in a marriage. You have to be able to discuss these things in advance, and you have to understand that if you're stepping out of your role and helping your husband in taking care of the finances, that the husband's also going to step up and help you. You guys help each other. You know how they say teamwork makes the dream work, right? So I think as long as there's a good understanding between husband and wife, there shouldn't be issues. It's when things are forced upon the other, like, for example, the wife saying, no, you have to pay for everything. I'm not going to help at all, but I still expect all of this. That's very unreasonable. Just like it's unreasonable for a man to say, you have to work and everything you make, you're going to give it to me. Both sides are being unreasonable. So there has to be hikmah. And in Surah An-Nisa, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala also commands that if a husband and wife cannot come to an agreement, you get the advice of people that are knowledgeable in this area, that have a good head on their shoulders and can advise you. So even in the Quran, it encourages people to get counseling. And I think there's such a taboo in our community about getting premarital or postmarital counseling, but it is actually encouraged, in fact, ordained by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to get good counsel when you are having issues like this, to help the husband and wife to understand these roles that you're talking about and the flexibility that's needed in order to make marriages work. And you know what? Your husband may be a great earner, but he may fall sick. He may go through depression even, or he may have whatever, family issues, and his finances are tied up. Are you just going to sit back and suffer, or are you going to step up? So I definitely think that there's hikmah involved. Yes?
You brought up the topic of masculinity and femininity, and I don't know much about masculinity, but I personally really struggle with becoming a feminine woman. I don't really classify myself as that. I find myself liking, I have 2 older brothers, so I kind of am like them. I'm with my brothers all the time, and because of that, I don't see myself ever as a feminine woman. What do you mean by becoming feminine and having that sort of?
So after having done therapy on hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of men and studying, couples and, men like women that are woman-like. They don't want you to get there and be all butch and saying, I can, mow the lawn better than you, or I can fix this car. It's cool, but they want a girl. Women are made not just mentally but physically softer. You know, men are attracted to women who exude the opposite of what they are. If they want the rah, 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 they can get it from their boys. They don't need to get married to you for that, right? So if a man, in general, I'm talking about generally speaking, there's always exceptions to the rule, for him to see you as someone that he wants to protect and provide for, you have to bring that out in him. It's just like when you have a child. You know, when you see a little kid and they're like so sweet and so cute and you just want to take care of them. But if that little kid's like, yeah, I can do it myself, what's up? You're going to be like, okay, go do it yourself. You so, see what I'm saying? We, as a fitra, women want to feel safe and secure. In fact, the number one thing that women look for in relationships, does anyone know what it is? It's security. That's a study. That's a national study. So if you look at it that way, we are looking as a gender to be protected and provided for. It makes us feel good even if we don't need it. You know, even the doctor who just introduced me, I mean, she's a physician. She can, I'm sure, perfectly take care of herself. But tell me you don't enjoy it when your man takes care of you, right? Whether it's your father, your brother, your husband, doesn't matter. It feels good. So if you want a man to want to take care of you, you can't exude his qualities. He's not going to want to take care of you. He's going to be like, she can take care of herself. So you have to be in your feminine. In fact, you know, my daughter got married 3 years ago. And it's so funny because whenever she talks to her husband, her voice actually changes. So she's the eldest. I have 2 kids. My son is 18 and my daughter is 23. And she's the oldest in the family of all the cousins. So with everyone else, she's like, hey, do this, do that, get over here. As soon as she talks to her husband, her voice actually transforms and becomes like and my son will look at me and say, what is that voice that Iman is using? Hi, baby, how are you? I really don't know how. And he just eats it up. Let me take care of that for you, babe. It's the nature of man and woman. And so what I mean by being in your feminine is bringing out that softness and that feeling in your man that he wants to take care of you. But I think in American society, because I was born and raised here, we're all taught to be hyper independent and I can fix my own wheels and change my own oil and all this stuff. And fine, that's great if you have to, right? These are skills you may need to know. But in a marriage, it doesn't work. In a marriage, you have to make your man feel that he brings something to the table. Men like to feel needed. Remember that. Yes. SubhanAllah, welcome to Islam. So yes, I think cross-cultural barriers or differences can be a huge challenge for anyone, whether they're new to Islam or they're born. I mean, I see many cross-cultural marriages even in my own family, and there's always a difference in understanding of roles and responsibilities. And that's where I think that for someone like you who's new to Islam, it's extremely important that you find someone who truly understands their deen, not just their culture, that they're not, and you have to understand, even if the girl understands her Islam, her family may not. Her family is usually more cultural than the girl is if she's born and raised here, right? So that being said, I think that's an open discussion you have to have. And yes, we have the ideal Muslim rules, the Muslim ideal marriage, but then you have like the reality. And the reality of the cultures are often un-Islamic, right? And so I think that in your study right now, it's really important for you to have good mentors that will really help guide you because you're young, mashallah, and you're gonna need that support and guidance from your community. So going to professionals like myself, or even the imams of the masjids, the ones who have training in this, will help you to answer those questions because trying to figure out yourself is too confusing. You're way new in the game. Islam is like a lifelong journey. So I think that you definitely, someone like you in your specific situation where you've come new to Islam, would really benefit from having good support from people who know their Islam to be able to say, yeah, no, I'm sorry, what's your name? Isaac, yeah, that's whack, man. That's not right. Because it gets confusing as a new Muslim, because you're like, I'm learning this in the Quran and Sunnah, but then I'm going to this family and they're like totally saying things to me that don't make any sense to me, you know? And that can be kind of disheartening and even disillusioning. Don't judge Islam by the Muslims. You see what I'm saying? Muslims, we are judged by Islam, not the other way around. And the only one who judges at the end of the day is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So I hate the word judgment, because I don't think any of us are in a position to judge anyone. My mom always taught me, when you point a finger at someone, there's always 3 pointing right back at you, right? So we're not there to, and if you feel like anyone's judging you, it's because they don't understand their deen. It's that they don't understand their Islam. So stay strong in your faith. You came to the faith for a reason. It inspired you, and try to keep yourself around people who keep that straight in your mind. And when you meet people that think differently, understand that they have a lack of understanding. You, in fact, as a new Muslim, may have a much better understanding of Islam than people that have been born and raised their whole life. I see that a lot too. I do a class on Mondays in Houston for Islam curious people and new Muslims and converts. We take Shahada in my living room, so I'm used to working with a lot of reverts. I'm happy to, connect with you after class so I can give you information about it as well, so you'll have like a camaraderie, because the attrition rate for new Muslims is 80%. 80% of people who convert to Islam in this country leave it, because there's no support for y'all after you become Muslim. Like, oh, subhanAllah, mashallah, but then you need that continuous support, you know what I mean? In fact, does anyone know what percentage of born Muslims leave Islam in the United States? Dang, you're up on your statistics. Yes, that's right. 25% of Muslims in the United States leave Islam. So that's a pretty dismal state, and these are people that are born and raised Muslim. So, we really need to be careful about protecting our faith and surrounding ourselves by people who inspire us and not disillusion us. Any other questions? Yes, sir. Can somebody, I'm sorry, let me get you the mic because I'm barely able to hear you. And you're asking, so you are a revert, subhanAllah, welcome, mashallah, and you're also engaged to someone who is a revert. That's the part I heard.
So,
yes, go ahead.
In strengthening your deen, what is a constructive way to also help strengthen hers without making it feel too overwhelming?
Beautiful. So the question is, the brother has asked, I am a revert, and I'm engaged to someone who's also new to Islam. What is something that I can do with my revert fiancé to help strengthen our bond through faith without making her feel pressured? Very, very good question. First of all, I think that, when you're engaged, it's a beautiful period. There's attraction, there's love that's growing, there's a bond. So your heart is already soft. And women are soft to begin with, generally speaking. So I think that when you approach things in a love sort of way, it takes on a totally different spiel. So for example, if you say, hey babe, why don't we do something as a bonding experience? So for example, maybe we can read a line of the Quran every day so you and I can both learn through it together. Or why don't we pick a time of day and we'll pray together? Even if you're in your house and I'm in mine, we'll call each other and we'll pray together. Maybe you have it on video and it's just cute, and it's like bonding and you feel love. When you combine things with that feeling of attraction and love and you bring faith into it, it's just so much sweeter and the bond is so much stronger. So I think creating some sort of ritual that you do as part of your love language, and I'm going to talk about love languages in my next session, next part of the series today. But as part of your love language, if you come up with something that takes just 5 minutes a day and do that consistently, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, if you take 1 step towards me, I'll take 10 steps towards you. So you've made the niyyah, you've made the intention, right, that you want to bond with your future wife through something Islamic and strengthen that, and it'll help your marriage. If you do that 5 minutes a day with her, trust me, the barakah and the blessings in your relationship will be tenfold. So I would say just something like that where it's not stressful, but you do it out of something you want to be connected with. Remember, even the whole concept of salah, right? It's kind of a love affair with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Think about when you first fall in love with someone, right? You want to call them as soon as you wake up, hey baby, assalamu alaikum, I missed you last night while I was sleeping, right? That's Fajr, right? At lunchtime, you're like, let me show you a picture of the salad I'm eating. I'm on a diet because I'm working out, getting ready to like be married or whatever, right? Then after work, you're driving home, you want to pick up as soon as work's done. Hey, babe, I'm done, right? That's Asr. So far you got Fajr, the Asr, right? And then you sit down, you want to have dinner with them. You're like FaceTiming them or whatever. Hey, look, let's eat together. That's Maghrib, right? And then before you go to bed, you say, hey, I want to say goodnight. That's what Allah wants from us, right? He loves you, and He's told you exactly what His love language is. It's salah. It's just like if someone says, well, my love language is gift giving, or my love language is physical touch, and you say, well, I don't care about gifts. Well, that's her love language. You can't change it. That's who she is, right? She's telling you what her love language is. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has told us what His love language is. Not to, digress, but I just feel like salah is such a key factor in keeping marriages and sustaining them. And I'll talk about that a little bit later when I talk about how to keep marriages going. I hope that answers your question. Anybody else? Well, this concludes the first part. I think I have 2 more sections to go. Yes, you have one question, yes.
I just need your professional opinion in regard to the customs that we keep, getting stuck in the customs, especially when it gets to the point where the person is trying to get married or about to get married and stuff like that. I know the cultural side demands so much, and the female they want to go back to their cultural thing, and they would demand so many things like gold and this and that and that. And that could be a letdown sometimes for the male who's trying to find a relationship, but that's a huge obstacle for them.
I think that's absolutely huge. I mean, I'm originally from India. My parents are from India. I'm from here, but they're from India. And there are so many cultural expectations, especially because Hinduism has such an influence on the religious practices in India. There is so much burden. I remember when I was growing up, people would come to my dad when we would visit India, and they would be like, we need to sell our house because we need to get our daughter married because they expect us to pay for it. So absolutely, I think that these cultural barriers that keep couples from getting married, I'm going to put it right out there. I believe in early marriages, okay? The younger you get married, the better. There is no way you're going to tell me a guy's 28 or 30 years old and has kept himself completely chaste. BS. Baloney and salami there, okay? It doesn't happen. You're just exposing yourself to fitna. But why don't people get married young? Oh my God, he has to earn money, he has to have a job. Where in Islam did it say that? Where in Islam did it say that you have to reach a certain maqam, a certain level of income and education to be able to get married to a girl? So I, once again, go back to the same thing. You guys, we're all in a masjid, in a blessed place. We need to understand that we need to get back to our roots. And we need to understand that Islam should guide why we get married to someone. Marry someone for their deen. Number 1, deen. If he doesn't or she doesn't have deen, then y'all are in trouble, man. Because then it becomes your opinion versus her opinion. There's no Quran and Sunnah, right? So make sure that somebody's grounded. And if families are grounded in their deen, I have seen many families, actually. The ones that are truly grounded in their deen, no matter how wealthy they are, they've gotten their daughters married to very simple men that are just starting out, and they take them on as their son, or vice versa. Families do what it takes to get their children married young, because if they don't get married young, they're fornicating, guys. Hello? Who knows the statistics on fornicating in American society? Anybody? My statistics king. Do you know how many high school students have had sex that are Muslim by the time they graduate? In 2024. What did somebody throw out? 35%? What? 53% of Muslim boys and girls have had sex by the time they graduate from high school. What percentage of college kids have had premarital sex by the time they graduate from college? It's not, that's kind of crazy. 73%. 73% of the Muslim boys and girls you see going to university today have had sex. What percentage of Muslim girls drink alcohol in college? 80%. We have a sister here saying 80%. 47%. 47% of Muslim girls are drinking, guys. What percentage of Muslim boys drink? You'll be surprised. What? 75. 42% actually. More girls drink than guys. Isn't that interesting? By the way, these statistics are by ISPU, which is an institute out in Washington, D.C. that produces statistics for the United States of America. Dahlia Mujahid used to be the director of it. She's one of my besties. I'm climbing Mount Rainier with her on Monday. So she gives me all these interesting, really dismal statistics about Muslims. So if we know that there's a 73% chance that your kid, your brother, your friend is having sex by the time they graduate from college, do you really want to be thinking, okay, my kid's going to be part of that I can't even subtract, 22% that doesn't? Like, seriously? That's a pretty big risk to take, right? And so, you know, like, for example, it's interesting. When my daughter was 19 years old, she came to me and she said, Mom, you need to find me a husband. And I said, are you kidding me? You're like a sophomore in college. And she says, Mom, I meet so many girls. And my daughter's mutajiba, mashallah. And she's like, hijab is no longer an indicator of chastity. They wear hijab. They didn't stop being girls. They didn't stop having hormones, right? So she said so many of the Muslim girls I know in university are having sex. So many of them are getting into relationships with Muslim boys, thinking that they're going to marry these boys, and then they break up, and now they have a reputation. That's not what I want to be. So I want you to introduce me to people that I can get married to. And she actually wanted, you know, my family to select a boy, and I thought that was so interesting. I'm like, why don't you just go meet someone in college yourself? She's like, Mom, if I choose someone, it's just because he's cute and knows how to talk. But if you select someone, you're going to have much higher standards for me than I have for myself, right? They're going to be vetted. It's like pre-approved credit. You know, they're going to pre-approve the guys. I'll have veto power. SubhanAllah, she's been married 3 years now to a wonderful man who's a hafiz, and you know, and he was young and he was a student, and guess what? We take care of him, and that's okay. But what they have is that he wakes her up every morning with a kiss on her forehead, and they pray Fajr together. SubhanAllah, right? Yes. And that's what you're looking for, guys. You're looking for a person, and I'm going to say it 1,000 times today, character, 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 character. You have to be with someone who has good character, an ethical human being, because if they're an ethical human being, then they have barakah and blessings from Allah, and you guys are going to be okay. Listen, nobody starves in America. This is America. No one's going to be on the streets. You guys will be fine. But look for someone with good character. And going back to the cultural thing, you know, expecting the big weddings and the fancy stuff, you know, that 50% of divorces that happens in the United States amongst Muslims, that 50% spent a lot of money on their weddings, didn't they? Where is it now?
So, in your opinion, both sides, I mean, the parents, I'm talking the females or the women's side, their mothers, and then the fathers on the other,
they should all work together. Absolutely. Absolutely. I think that if you meet someone that has good character, that's the number one thing, because everything else can be worked on, but you can't change someone's character. If they're honest, if they're humble, if they have good adab, good manners, they respect your parents, they respect your in-laws, you know, they're kind to you, kindness. What's the use of marrying a resume? Do you know how many girls I know that marry their resume? Oh, he's got this degree and this amount of money, and they're a jerk. Or how many guys marry really hot girls, and they're terrible to them? I mean, I'm sorry, I see it every single day in my practice. So the one thing that I've seen that makes marriages last is character. So please look at that. Our Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam was called Al-Amin, right? The trustworthy one, right? I mean, that was his nickname. So let's aspire to look for, and you know, when Khadija married him, Khadija radiallahu anha married him, he had nothing. But he had one thing, he had good character. So let's go back to those roots. I'm not saying marry a guy that just doesn't want to work and is lazy, because that's not good character. If he's hardworking, if he has good character, he's going to work. If he understands his deen, he's going to want to take care of you. Just like a woman, you know, maybe she's not the hottest thing on the planet, but she's really kind to you, and she works really hard, and she's supportive, and she's good to your parents, and she kisses your mom, and she cooks with her, and serves dinner for the whole family, and you look at her and you say, wow, you know, she really loves me and what's important to me. So thank you so much for that comment. Anybody else with questions? Lots of good questions. Thank you so much. Can you put the mic so I can hear you?
I believe it's the pressure from both sides, the parents, on the girls, or the men as well. Because because it gets to the point where they compare, oh, so-and-so got married and got this and that and so.
And then you hear them getting divorced a year later. So yeah, I've been to enough weddings that they've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars and they haven't worked out. So let's focus on spending the money on premarital counseling. So everybody in this room is going to walk away with that message, right? You don't get married without premarital counseling. And I'll give you a list of 100 questions you can ask each other that's really uncomfortable to talk about. And I'll segue into that, and not the next section, but the section after, of important things that couples don't talk about that need to be talked about that are really sticky, uncomfortable topics, and why it's important to do it with a therapist versus with each other. Because why are you talking about my mom? What do you mean? What are you trying to spend? You see, if you ask each other those questions, people get very sensitive. But if you say, hey, it's the therapist that's asking, now you can answer those questions honestly. Yes?
Churches have that. Why can't our masajid have it too?
I think that's an excellent recommendation. Where is Imam Yusuf Memon? Where is he? There you go. There's a great, do you have any comments on that? That's why there's one of me, right? I know, I wish I could like photocopy myself everywhere. But yes, absolutely. I just feel like people spend like stupid amounts of money on diamonds and jewelry and like just crazy amounts on weddings and venues. And I'm like, can we save a few $1,000s and put it towards the 6 months of premarital counseling that'll keep their marriage together? So everyone goes home and says, I'm not getting married unless I have premarital counseling. Because you really do need to answer those really, really hard questions. And I'm going to actually bring up some of those questions, and they're very controversial, but I'm going to bring them up here because that's what you guys are here for, and hopefully you guys will benefit from that. Well, it's not just that. We have a lot of psychological services. I think it's important to distribute those to the imams. Like I told you, we have the Muslim Association of Psychological Services. We have the Texas Model Muslim Mental Health Group with over 100 providers. And there's lots of sliding scales. And I'm sorry, guys, people spend money on stuff. If you have money to spend on a venue and flowers, you have money to spend on premarital counseling. Most of us do. I mean, there are a few that don't, but you know, there are places you can do that for a very slashed rate as well. Yes. The question is, how do you feel about prenuptial agreements? So, you know, in Islam, right? Like when you get divorced, like as a woman, because historically in society, right, she's taken care of by her father and her brothers, and you know, so we get our mahr, you know. But over here, Islam also says you follow the land, the rule of the land, right? And I think that, God, I know the women are probably going to hate me when I say this. I think everyone should have a trust and put everything into the trust so the trust owns everything so you don't have to worry about prenups, because trusts were created by like the Kennedys and the Carnegies and to protect wealth. That's why they're called trusts, you know? And so I think that with the divorce rate being 50%, I think that it is absolutely reasonable to protect your assets because there's a 50% chance it's not going to work out. And I've seen people just get absolutely ruined in divorces. So I think that if you have that understanding, I'm all about asset protection. So protect what's yours. Of course, what you build together is something different. But a lot of people, for example, that are going into marriages now, because people are getting married later, right? They have a lot of assets that are built up. You know, and if you worked really hard for that, you want to make sure that those are protected. But I don't think it's unreasonable. And I you know, think that if a couple wants to do that, I think it's absolutely fine as long as there's an understanding. Now, people may say, that puts like a really unromantic spin on my marriage, right? I don't think it's about putting an unromantic spin. I think it's saying, I'll marry you because I love you and I want to be, or because I really think you're a great guy. And if that happens, you know, it has to be something reasonable, right? And but there's lots of sidestepping, right? Like if you create a trust with a trust attorney, and everything that you own, your house, your cars, your property, your money, everything's in the trust, then you own nothing. So if somebody does that, if you were to establish a trust for yourself, even if you were to get divorced, trusts are divorce-proof and lawsuit-proof. So, I mean, there's definitely a lot of people that are waking up to that. I'm not against it. Before, I was so offended. I was like, oh my God. But now, I mean, you're entering into something that's a 50% chance of failure. That's the truth. 50% chance of success, according to national statistics, right? No one's immune to it. So I don't think it's unreasonable. I know, I'm sorry, girls. Sorry, guys. That's just my take on it. I live in a reality world. But I think that, it also kind of shows the sincerity of someone. If someone's like, hey, sign a prenup. If you have yours and you've earned it and I've done, but if you have kids together, let's just make sure the kids are taken care of. Now, that's a non-negotiable. Children are the responsibility of the dad, man. Just because you get divorced doesn't mean you stop being a dad. So 100% take care of your kids. I think that's absolutely reasonable. I think it's terrible when a husband says, no, the wife should be financially paying for the kids once the divorce happens. They're his kids. But the reason they do that is because they take away all his money. I mean, I've seen so many men absolutely ruined in divorce. Absolutely ruined. And so that's why they leave it up. They're like, no, I don't want to give the wife money or the kids money. But then again, I take it case by case. I'm a divorce expert because I'm a child psychiatrist. So almost 100% of my patients come from divorced parents. So I've seen it all. So I would say case by case. But in general, I think prenups are fine in today's day and age. Any opposition to that statement? So I think we've had a lot of interesting questions. And Fatima, how are we doing the program? Are we just going on to the next section, or are we're just segueing straight in? Anyone you want to do a bathroom break? We're good. Okay, nobody needs to use the restroom. All right. So making a marriage work. So now I've talked to you about what needs to happen within yourself and what you need to be looking for with your partner in terms of physical, emotional, spiritual, and intellectual stability. Now let's talk about how do you make that relationship work now that you found that person, okay? So I told you earlier that I think 70% of a marriage is intimacy. That's a big statement, right? I mean, everyone's like, what about everything else? No, because I told you earlier that intimacy is a reflection of where your relationship is spiritually, emotionally, and intellectually, right? So does anyone, and once again, this is an adult audience, which country is the largest consumer of pornography in the world? Does anyone know? Not the United States. Not India. Pakistan! Woo! Go Pakis! I'm not Pakistani, just kidding. So you have a culture in Islam of, having segregation, not having as much mixing of the opposite sexes. So unfortunately, and men, you don't have to confirm this, you can just confirm it in your head. Men watch porn, unfortunately. Most men do. In fact, I probably don't know any that don't. I don't care how religious you are. So, I mean, I've dealt with the Muslim community, for 40 years. And when you grow up in a culture where you are not allowed to have access to women culturally within your household, and there's a lot of pornography that's being viewed, there's a very skewed version in your head of what marriage is going to be like with your wife. And so one of the things that I've dealt with a lot is the issue of intimacy surrounding this whole culture of, growing up like this and watching a lot of this and thinking that their intimacy life is going to look like what they've seen, on these, horrible videos. So I think that, so that's Muslim men. Now, Muslim women, we're just raised to be like this, cover up, be conservative, this, and all of a sudden you marry a guy and he's like, I've been waiting for all my fantasies to come true, and guess what? There's a huge mismatch. In fact, I would say a high percentage of Muslim marriages really suffer in this area. Not just because of pornography, but just in general differences in intimacy. The difficult part that I find is very challenging is a Muslim person, how do you discuss these things with the person you want to marry? You're a good Muslim man, you're a good Muslim woman, you want to do things Islamically. How do you even go there when it's 70% of your marriage? You can't discuss it. How do you do that? And therein lies a huge issue, right? So I think that just like, I'm going to talk about finances next, just like attitudes about finances, saving, spending matter, attitudes about intimacy also matter too. So I think that intimacy compatibility is really, really important. And I think it's something that you really need to think about and consider when you're getting married. Especially now, before it used to be more like for men, I have to be attracted. And the women were like, as long as he keeps me safe and secure, I could. But now we're in social media. There's just like overexposure of everything to our eyes. women have the same things, right? They have those same expectations. So that's definitely an issue. Second is finances. I think, it's so interesting. People think if you make more money, you'll spend more money, or if you have less money, you'll spend. It's not that way. Attitude about spending and saving has nothing to do with how much money you have. I've met the stingiest people on earth that are like billionaires, and I've met people that are super, extravagant in their spending, and they just go paycheck to paycheck and live on credit cards. So you have to make sure that the person that you're marrying has a good understanding of finances and saving and spending, and that aligns with yours. And if you don't, then you're going to have big problems, right? So I think you guys already know that, but it's something that really needs to be discussed. And I think a lot of couples kind of tiptoe around it. So I'll give you a couple of cases. I had a couple that got married. The girl had just graduated in a degree of psychology. The husband's a dentist. And she calls me up and she's like, I need to go to the pharmacy and buy some sanitary things for myself. It's my time of the month. And he hasn't given me any money. I don't have a credit card and I'm too embarrassed to ask him. He just didn't think about it. It's not that he didn't have the finances, it's just they never talked about it. He's like, well, I'm here, I can take you. So it's that, you'd be surprised, like, how does that level of ignorance happen? It happens all the time, where people don't talk about money. And money is super, super important to talk about. And making sure that the expectations of where you live, who's gonna pay, who's gonna contribute, what's expected, just like our older, wiser audience member was saying, is super, super important to discuss in detail. This is what I make, this is how much rent is, this is how much the car note is, this is how much this is what we have left, and now what do we do with it? And how do you expect to save it and spend it? So I don't think there's one specific way to do it. Some husbands will give their wife a budget, some of them will give them a credit card and say, this is your limit. There's different ways to do it, right? So you guys have to figure that out, and I think it's super important to have that conversation. Third, I think, is family, in-laws, parents, roles. I think parents oftentimes, they try to be supportive, but they can oftentimes be a hindrance, right? You've got this whole situation where in-laws have expectations of how much they expect you to call them, visit them, who's gonna celebrate Eid here or there, how much you're gonna go, what are you expecting when I go to their house, how to behave. Most men, I'm sorry guys, it's a general statement, do not educate their women on what their families are like and what their mom is like, what their dad is like, what they don't like. They don't sit there and give them like the DL on them. So the girls have to walk in and kind of like figure it out. So I think it's really, really important. The advice I would give guys is study your parents and then tell your wife what makes them click, what pisses them off, what makes them feel good, what their dynamics are, and see if it works. Because otherwise you're putting your wife in a really big disadvantage. And I think also another thing that happens is by the way, it's mother-in-laws and father-in-laws from both sides, boys or girls, you need to be there to protect each other. If you feel that your mother-in-law or your in-laws aren't treating you well, you have to have a safe space to be able to tell your spouse that and not make a big issue about it, right? But just say, hey, how can I make this better? So I think understanding that culturally most Muslims come from overseas and our families are like super important to us. I had a gentleman that I met a couple of days ago who's having trouble getting married because he takes care of his parents. He's like, no girl wants to marry me because I have a dad with Parkinson's, and I have a mom that's elderly and that they're gonna live with me. And a lot of girls don't want to, right? But if you think about it, character-wise, he's like, I need someone who can understand that I work and I have commitments to my parents and the leftover, and like, I have to divide that up. And a lot of girls are like, no. Even though he does well for himself. So I think understanding the role of parents and deciding for yourself if that's the right fit of family for you is so important. So here's something really smart that my daughter does. This is what happens when your mom's a psychiatrist. When we got the proposal for my son-in-law, she said, Mom, I'm gonna go, before I say yes to this proposal, I'm gonna go and live with his parents for a week. So off she went with her brother, my son went with her, and they stayed with her future in-laws for a week when her husband was not there. My son-in-law was in grad school in New York, so she was alone with the parents at home with her brother. She said, I just want to observe their marriage. Because when I see how his dad treats his mom, I'll understand how he's going to treat me. And after a week of spending time with them, she said, he's the right guy for me. And that's when she said yes to the proposal. How smart is that? How many girls, raise your hand if you've ever heard of any girl that ever went and lived with her possible future in-laws for a week without her husband to observe their marriage before she got married? Exactly. Think about how smart that is. Imagine if guys did the same thing. You know? That family has such a huge influence on your partner. You have no idea. You think they don't, but they absolutely do. I'm very psychodynamic. I believe in psychodynamic psychotherapy, which is we are a culmination of our childhood and our experiences, and who we are has everything to do with our parents. And remember, in psychiatry, we learn that 80% of your brain development, cognitive development, occurs in the first 10 years of your life. Only 20% is like the rest of your life. So think about the impact that those parents have, those families of origin have. So I think it's also really important to stop getting married to people without meeting their families and hanging out with them. Because guess what? You will after marriage, and then you're going to be suffering if you didn't realize that, right? So I think that's the next issue. So far, we talked about intimacy, we talked about finances, now we're talking about families and in-laws, right? Okay, fourth, which actually might actually be first, but absolutely huge. Are they mentally stable? Mental stability is so important, guys. I can't tell you the number of people that I see, my spouse is bipolar, they have borderline personality disorder, they have narcissistic traits, and they're totally like suffering and watching like Dr. Ramani videos on YouTube and trying to figure their life out, you know? So I think that understanding someone's mental health history is super, super, super important, okay? So find out if they have a history of depression or anxiety. I'm not saying, look, I'm a mental health professional. I give medications to people with mental health issues, which is like almost everyone nowadays, right? Everyone has something. But find out if you can handle it. What if you marry someone that has PMDD, premenstrual dysphoric disorder? Every month, 1 week before their period, they're absolutely out of control. They're crying, they're angry, they're all over the place. That's 2 weeks out of your life every month that you are in hell. Do you really want to do that to yourself? But hey, the other 2 weeks, they're really sweet. You know, or you marry a guy, for example, that's a narcissist. Everything's about him. He's always the victim. He's a covert narcissist, even worse, you know? So I think it's really, really important to assess someone's mental health and stability. So no shotgun weddings. That's not a good idea. How are you going to know if they're mentally healthy? You have to see how they are in times of crisis. You have to see if they have anger management issues. You have to see if they're super jealous or possessive. You have to see if they're able to manage things when things go wrong. How are you going to know that? Everything's lovey-dovey. You know, I always tell people the first 6 months of getting to know someone, you're not meeting them, you're meeting their PR representative, their public relations representative. You don't really meet the real person, right? So I think it's so important for you to take time to get to know that person and see how they are in different situations before you assess if you're going to want to spend the rest of your life with them. Remember, more important than your career, your education, everything else, is the person that you choose to live with every single day the rest of your life. So assessing mental health is really, really, really important. And understanding it, like for example, if you find out they have bipolar disorder or an anxiety disorder or depression or ADHD, which also really affects marriages, right? Attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, or can't focus or can't multitask or whatever. It's understanding that they have it, but then going and reading about it and say, can I live with this? I mean, she's wonderful, he's amazing, but do I want to live with this every single day the rest of my life and have children with this person? So mental health is one of the big whammies that occurs in marriages, and I think it's a huge cause of divorce, especially when people don't understand it. And then the other thing is being open to treatment. So I had a guy who's married to this girl that had bipolar disorder, and she was just like crazy all the time, like up and down, up and down, up and down, like roller coaster. We got her on meds and she got better. She started doing better. She wasn't having mood swings all the time, but then she was gaining weight because, bipolar meds a lot of times make you gain weight. And he came to him, he said, take her off the meds. He's like, I'd rather have her skinny and crazy than fat. And I'm like, okay. She got off her meds and he lives with the ups and downs every single day. So I think that, but of course there's ways to manage weight too, but I'm saying being open to it. I mean, if your spouse or partner, look, what percentage of Americans have anxiety disorder that they take treatment? Do you know what percentage have a bona fide psychiatric disorder, generalized anxiety disorder? 50% of Americans, 50% of people in this room have anxiety, at least, okay? And a lot of people take treatment for it, and that's okay. It's manageable. But if you do have a mental health issue, take care of it. Don't suffer and make the people around you suffer too. So I'm not like tabooing people with a mental health condition. I'm saying make sure that you address it and treat it because you don't want to live with it. I'm sorry? Yes, you got to take care of it. You know, if you have cancer, you'll get treatment. If you have diabetes, you get treatment. Why don't you get treatment if you have depression or anxiety or bipolar disorder or personality disorders? That's a whole other issue. That's a lot of therapy. But I think that, so what have we covered? We've covered intimacy issues, financial issues, in-law family issues, and mental health issues. These are like the big guns of what make marriages suck, right? I also think that in this day and age of social media, things have gotten really complicated. So for example, before there's haya, right? A woman has haya, a woman has, a certain decorum. And now everyone's on social media posting all sorts of pictures. And I recently had a couple come in, and the guy was engaged to the girl, and he broke off the engagement because he's like, she keeps posting pictures of herself on Instagram, and her old friends from college or whatever that are guys will like the pictures, and I don't like it. I don't want my wife's pictures on the internet where guys are liking her pictures. And she's like, oh my God, you're so insecure. They're just my friends from college. They like what I was eating today, whatever. So I think this whole idea of boundaries between men and women has gotten really, really, really blurry. And it's not just amongst non-religious people, guys. These are religious, practicing Muslim people. And the boundaries, because we're born and raised here, we do have colleagues and people that are of the opposite sex. And this has become a huge issue in marriages where people don't know how to keep good boundaries. I mean, who's seen When Harry Met Sally? I know it's an old movie. It's probably like way before a lot of people's generation. It's an old movie with I think it was Billy Crystal and that lady, Megan, whatever her name is. Anyways, so it talks about, can men and women be friends outside of marriage? How many people think it's okay or it's possible to have a friend relationship, maybe not like a best friend, but a friend relationship with a person of the opposite sex, especially after you're married? Men, raise your hand. Okay, there's one man in the audience that thinks it's possible for a woman to have a man that's a friend after marriage. How many women think that it's okay for your husbands to have a friend that's a girl? Just a friend, not like super close, but just like a friend. Anybody? Oh, wow, none. You're like the Lone Ranger. You're like the only human in the room that thinks that's possible. Yes, Isaac. So that being said, nobody in this room pretty much except for our Lone Ranger in the back thinks it's possible for men or women, or they would like their spouse to have a friend of an opposite sex. But in reality, does that really hold water? Do you really think that people just don't have friends that are of the opposite sex? Yes, sir. So who are you expecting to establish the boundaries? Your spouse or the person that they're friends with? Or both? So what if your wife sets the boundaries and she's totally proper, but you look at that guy and you're like, man, he's a damn lech. She might not see it. She might be totally proper, but he's just looking at her and you just know those eyes are not clean. And she says, what are you talking about? I've known him for 10 years. And you're like, dude, I saw how he was looking at you, man. That is not halal. So it's a dilemma, right? Yes, you have a comment? You decided to X your comment? Okay, what? Right. So I think that's a really difficult question, right? Because we don't live in isolated bubbles. We all work in environments where there's guys and girls, right? I mean, I'm a physician. I'm around men all the time, right? They're my patients. And I'm sure all of you also don't live in bubbles with only unisex humans, right? We all mix with people. So I think those boundaries are something that we need to talk about. Because if you don't talk about them, you're going to be having fights. You're going to be having arguments, and they're going to be bad arguments. I mean, I remember one couple where the husband just said, you know what? My wife is so attractive to me, and I've just pretty much decided that she's attractive to everyone. So I don't even need her to say Assalamu alaikum to any man. Even if they come in, why? She could just stay where she is. She doesn't need to come say Assalamu alaikum to my friends. No need. So that was his thing in his head. That's just what he wants. Now, the wife is like, are you kidding me? Like, what are you talking about, Will? You know, like, what do you mean I can't say Assalamu alaikum? That's like rude. She's like, no. So you hear these extremes that come out, and actually, a lot of guys and girls don't even know they have it in them until the situation happens, and they're like, wait, I'm feeling some sort of way here that I wasn't thinking I was going to feel, but now I'm feeling it, and now it becomes control and insecurities and yada, yada, yada. And what I will tell you is you cannot make a person who has jealousy or insecurity issues or whatever, or Islamic boundaries, you are not going to change them. You can't make somebody who's jealous by nature unjealous. It is not possible. They've been that way their whole life. They're not changing. You just have to decide if you can tolerate it. You know, I always tell people things start off as small issues. And this was I did a TV show recently, and I actually did this, so I'm going to demonstrate again. So you hold this bottle. Is it heavy? It's not heavy, right? How heavy is it after 1 minute? How heavy is it after an hour? How heavy is it after a day? Can I hold this bottle for a week? That's how small issues are that don't get resolved. So if you live with someone who's jealous or insecure or has these boundary issues, it's just going to get heavier and heavier and heavier. A lot of marriages don't break because of one big issue, right? They break because of little issues that build up over time. So I think that, you know, and also Islam is a beautiful religion in that it believes that abstinence, so in medicine you learn, there's 3 levels of prevention. There's primary prevention, secondary, and tertiary. So for example, primary prevention is don't have sex. Secondary prevention is use protection. Tertiary prevention is now you're treating the sexually transmitted disease or AIDS or whatever, right? So Islam is about primary prevention, just don't go there. Because if you go there, right, then you're at risk for getting infected or having that thing happen, right? So that being said, I think that this whole idea of male-female dynamics have got to be discussed in detail before you get married, okay? Any comments so far on the things that I'm saying? Yes? Right. So what the young lady's saying is that they did a social experiment where they had a bunch of guys and a bunch of girls, and they asked the girls, if could you just be friends with a guy and just have clean thoughts and never think anything? And they're like, yeah, I could totally stay friends with him forever. And when they asked the guys, if the girl propositioned them and said, hey, do you want to do something beyond that? All of them were like, yeah, I'd be down. So she's just saying the nature of men versus women in Islam, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala obviously understands that, and which is why those boundaries are set. Yes, sir. Can we give him a microphone? Because he has something important to say, and I want to make sure I hear it. Sorry, brother, 1 second.
Yeah. So Jazakallah khair for the talk. Just a quick comment on the...
Yes.
Yeah, just a quick comment on the statistic that you presented that said that Pakistan as a country has the highest traffic.
Yes, there's several studies, and you see it on Google, so you see a lot.
Yes.
But it's definitely, been
Yes. So as the Quran says, whenever someone comes to you with information, you should
verify it,
before
correct.
believe in it. So in fact, there was a study published. That was in fact the news article that was published by DNA News, which is a right-wing funded Indian news agency. And there's no statistic that says Pakistan has the highest phone traffic in the entire
Correct.
world.
I've actually seen differing figures. My point was that it's very, very rampant in the Muslim world, and that what I've seen and I've seen the same thing, that I've seen Pakistan, I've seen other countries come up when I've studied it. But the point I'm trying to make is that unfortunately, pornography is very, very rampant in the Muslim world, and it affects marriages. And I wanted to make sure to bring that up to couples when they're thinking of getting married, that it does affect relationships. So thank you for clarifying that.
Absolutely.
Yes.
On meds, and if she, like, because it's like ruining her life, then if she doesn't, then is she disobeying him?
Very, 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 very good question. Thank you so much for asking that question. The sister asked, does the husband have the right to tell his wife not to say Assalamu alaikum to any men? Does anyone know the answer to that? He does. He does. Correct. So, in Islam, if somebody says Assalamu alaikum to you, like the brother was saying, it is wajib to say wa alaikum assalam. But as a woman to a non-mahram man, if your husband doesn't want you to initiate Assalamu alaikum, you have to listen to him. Does that answer your question for that part? But if somebody says Assalamu alaikum, you say wa alaikum assalam because that's a Muslim thing, right? So, but does everyone understand why though? It's not even about the intention, it's not even about that. It's just that a husband in Islam can ask his wife to do anything as long as it is within the accordance of Quran and Sunnah. As long as he's not asking her to do something un-Islamic, like go wear a bikini. You go do it, I want you to do it. She's not going to listen to him because that's haram, right? Like in our religion, like that would not be something she'd have to obey, or don't wear hijab or whatever. But if he says, I don't want you to talk to men and initiate conversation, that's my boundary, and she's his wife and she's married to him, she's obligated to listen to that. She might not like it, but he has the right to ask her to do that, yes. You can't leave the house. I'm sorry, say it again. I can't hear it. Yeah, I mean, I think that, it has to be reasonable, right, guys? I mean, I think it's unrealistic in 2024 in the United States to tell your wife she can't leave the house. That's that's pointing to a whole another set of issues besides just not leaving the house. So I think that, obviously things have to make sense and they have to be logical, and you have to be with someone who's logical. And let me tell you something. For a woman to want to trust a man, she has to believe that she can trust him and respect his decision making, and that it makes sense and that she feels safe in it and feels that he's nurturing her health and her well-being as well. So if a man in San Antonio, Texas marries his wife and says, you can't leave the house, I'm kind of concerned about whether he's really sincerely caring about the woman. I mean, he should want her mental health and well-being as well. If you keep someone caged in a house, they're going to go crazy. So, you know what I mean? Like, it's kind of like you have to be reasonable as well. The recourse if someone says you can't leave the house? You really want to know? I would say get the advice of good counsel, of a professional, and maybe someone who's learned in Islam and psychology and relationships, someone, and say, this is our situation, and is this reasonable, and speak to the husband. But in this day and age, in 2024, if a man comes to me and says, I do not want my wife to leave the house, that man has some serious issues that are beyond just that rule. There's probably some mental health issues going on there, or some other things that, are not very Islamic for him to make a statement like that. So I'd be concerned about deeper issues. And I would definitely say for the woman to get the counsel of elders who are reasonable, who can help her in that situation. And if the husband continues to be unreasonable, then she has to decide if that's someone that she can actually live with. Yes, I think I was going to answer, I know time is up. I wanted to answer the second part. I never answered it, sorry. The second question was, oh yeah, she asked if a woman is on psychiatric medication for her mental health and her husband wants her to get off of it, that's un-Islamic. Because mental physical health is like, it's like a God-given right to get treatment. So you can't do so, that's against Islam.
You mentioned one of the things to discuss was like the mental state, but so I guess what would be the way in which you go about understanding their mental state is appropriate and asking the appropriate questions? Would you suggest that almost like I feel like you would have to get them to consult a professional? Like how am I going to know?
That's such a good question. Fatima has asked us to take a break. Do you want me to answer that question or? Okay, so the question he's asked is how do you assess if someone has mental health issues? Right person to ask, I'm the psychiatrist, so I will answer that question right after these commercials. No, just kidding. You guys take a break for how many minutes? Perfect, so how much, what time are we? It's 1:56 right now. Okay, we'll restart at 2:20, and I will answer your question about how to assess if your spouse, future spouse, has mental health issues. It's extremely, extremely important question that needs to be answered. So thank you so much for your time so far, guys.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Jazakallah khair, Dr. Shama. So after Dhuhr prayer at 2:20, she will do one or two answers for those questions. Then we will have Sheikh Abdul Hakim do a talk for about 45 minutes, and then we'll have an open panel discussion with Dr. Shama and Sheikh Abdul Hakim around 3:30ish, inshallah. So that will be, and then we'll end around 4 o'clock, inshallah. Jazakallah khair.
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح قد قامت الصلاة قد قامت الصلاة الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله
لا إله إلا الله. استووا اعتدلوا واستقيموا. Please straighten your lines. Make sure your heels on the line. Let us stand shoulder to shoulder. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
Sheikh Abdul Hakim may use that? Let me ask him. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Can everybody please have a seat? Inshallah, we will begin in about a minute. So we will have Sheikh Abdul Hakim go now. He will be discussing the fiqh of marriage according to the Islamic tradition, and he'll be going through a few topics, inshallah. This will also be somewhat interactive. You can ask questions after he goes through some of each segment. And then towards the end, Dr. Shama will come back and we will have a panel discussion. So the question that Marwan asked, and I think there was one more question, she will answer that, and then you can also ask more questions, inshallah. Jazakallah khair. Thank you, Dr. Shama. Sheikh Abdul Hakim? Yes, and it's closer, yes. And then I'll take this so that maybe if somebody needs it. Sure. Jazakallah khair, Sheikh.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Can I just say how awesome I think all of you guys are? It's a Saturday afternoon, and y'all have been sitting here for hours already. So I don't want to bore you with like long lectures. What I'm going to do, inshallah, is that I have about 10, 12 things I want to kind of touch upon, but each and everything, after each point, I want to just kind of open it up. So that we can ask questions, get a little bit, because to be honest, premarital workshops and, the amount of knowledge and the amount of, things that you can learn is just, the sky's the limit. The sky's the limit. And you're not going to be able to, become an expert in marriage in a 2-hour conference or 2 to 3 hour conference. So just feel free to, inshallah, kind of, as we're speaking, jot down those questions, or just, kind of keep them in the back of your mind. And after every segment, inshallah, we're just going to open it up. It's going to be very short segments, inshallah. Having said so, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen, wa salatu wa salamu ala ashrafil anbiya'i wal mursaleen, nabiyina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajma'in, wa tabi'ina wa man tabi'ahum bi ihsanin ila yawmiddin wa ba'd. وسلم تسليما كثيرا كثيرا قال الله تبارك وتعالى في كلامه المجيد والفرقانه الحميد بعد أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم ومن آياته أن خلق لكم من أنفسكم أزواجا لتسكنوا إليها وجعل بينكم مودة ورحمة إن في ذلك لآية صدق الله العظيم إلى آخر الآية. My dear respected brothers and sisters in Islam, it is from the blessings of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that Allah brought us here, right? As I said, it's a Saturday afternoon. And, this is such an important topic. Day in, day out, as an imam, we get these types of questions. We get, young people coming up to us, asking us about, questions regarding marriage. And then we have, unfortunately, a lot of people from the community. The amount of cases that we see about divorce or about marital issues or about relational issues, these are just overwhelming. The email, inbox is just filled with such questions and queries and all of these things. And sometimes it just becomes overwhelming. But this actually speaks to, subhanAllah, what is a reality that is happening in society that we need to be aware of. And I think it's very, very important for us as a community to be able to discuss these things, openly, rather than brushing the issues underneath the rug and just kind of burying our head in the sand, because that never helps anything, okay? So having said so, what is marriage, right? What is the concept of marriage? If we just bring it back, right? Iman 101. Who is our creator? We have to keep this interactive. Who is our creator? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, right? And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the creator of love as well. Allah is love. Allah is al-wadud. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created us with love. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala maintains us with love. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala provides for us with love. Allah cares for us with love. This is an amazing story that one time the Prophet ﷺ was sitting with the Sahaba, and this is post, a battle, right? And so there's a group of prisoners from war, right? And amongst them, there's this lady with an infant, a child. And so, while things are just going on and whatever, this child kind of, starts to get fussy. And so what this mother does is that she takes this child and she kind of puts him, under her clothes, and she starts to feed him. And so the Prophet ﷺ, he observed this, and he asked a question to his companions, and he said that, do you think that this mother would be ready to ever throw her child into the fire? طَارِحَةٌ وَلَدُهَا فِي النَّارِ. Do you think that this mother could ever bring herself to throw her child into the fire? And so the companion, they said, La wallah, absolutely not, by Allah. Right? Look at the amount of love and concern and care, that she has for this child, that, he gets a little fussy, and subhanAllah, immediately she begins to provide him with comfort. So the Prophet ﷺ said, لَاللَّهُ أَرْحَمُ بِعِبَادِهِ مِنْ هَذِهِ بِوَلَدِهَا. That Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is infinitely more loving towards his servants, than this mother is towards her child. Allah has 100 times more love. Right? As a matter of fact, there's a hadith of the Prophet ﷺ wherein it is mentioned that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, when he created mercy, mercy was actually divided up into 100 parts. And only one part was sent down into this world. The hadith actually says that any act of compassion, any act of love, any act of kindness, any act of caring that takes place on this earth is as a result of that one part of mercy. Allah has kept back 99 portions of that mercy for himself in order to be merciful towards his creation. This is Allah. Allah is Al-Wadud. Allah is love. Allah is love. Majority of the times we experience problems and we go through a very difficult and tumultuous, experience because our connection with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is not where it's supposed to be. Right? It's not where it's supposed to be. If it was where it was supposed to be, we would be living through life in such a way that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala would give us and would provide for us in such a way that we would be pleased, and we would never, I'm not saying that a person would not feel sad. I'm not saying that a person wouldn't have ups and downs. But the overall happiness, you can never achieve true happiness in this life. That's reserved for, right? That's reserved for Jannah. That's reserved for the Akhirah, right? Sa'id, the person who is, Sa'id is a person who is known as a person who is going to Jannah. Right? Sa'id comes from Sa'ada, which is happiness. So the Sa'id is that person who knows that he's going to paradise. So true happiness, true Sa'ada actually lies in paradise. It doesn't exist in this world. However, the amount of contentment, the amount of happiness, the amount of wholesome afiyah and well-being that a person can be given and granted by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, this is what a person will experience. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, "Man amila salihan min dhakarin aw untha wa huwa mu'min, falanuhyiyannahu hayatan tayyibah." That person who does right by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in the life of this world, does good deeds in the state of iman and belief, the first guarantee from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is what? That لَنُحْيِيَنَّهُ حَيَاةً طَيِّبَةً فِي الدُّنْيَا. That we're going to grant them a life that is going to be a good life in the life of this world. وَلَنَجْزِيَنَّهُمْ أَجْرَهُمْ بِأَحْسَنِ مَا كَانُوا يَعْمَلُونَ. And whatever is in store in the akhirah, subhanAllah, that's on a different level, right? So, having said so, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala sent us into this world with a purpose. And that purpose is for Him. Right? وَمَا خَلَقْتُ الْجِنَّ وَالْإِنسَ إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُونَ. That I have not created insan and jinn kind except for my worship. However, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, in order to facilitate for us to be able to worship Him, Allah has created this entire dunya وَمَا فِيهَا in it for us. الدُّنْيَا خُلِقَتْ لَكُمْ وَأَنْتُمْ خُلِقْتُمْ لِلْآخِرَةِ. That the dunya has been created for you, and you have been created for the akhirah. In order to achieve that objective and that purpose, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave us many, many things in the life of this world, many tools, many resources that we may utilize in order so that we can advance in this cause. And the primary thing in this is that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala provided for us companionship. Allah provided for us companionship. Imagine Adam alayhi salam was in Jannah, right? Adam alayhi salam was in paradise. He was enjoying from the fruits of paradise. He was enjoying from the rivers of honey and wine and milk and all of these things that we hear about Jannah. Adam alayhi salam was in Jannah and he wasn't fully happy and satisfied. And thus what happens? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said that, right? That we created for him a companion from him. We created a companion for him, and thus then he became, then he became in his life, he became wholesome and he became happy in Jannah. That is how important it is to have that companionship, because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala did not create us as human beings to be alone. Right? Even in religiosity, there's no concept, la ruhbaniyata fil Islam. There's no monasticism in Islam. There's no isolating yourself in a mountain, in a monastery somewhere else, isolating yourself from society, not interacting and just, spending time in devoting yourself to, there's no concept of that. There used to be this concept in previous, religions, sometimes mistakenly so, but in Islam, la ruhbaniyata fil Islam, right? There's no monasticism in Islam. Rather, you live in society. Right? The Prophet ﷺ, there were 3 companions, they came to inquire about his ibadah, his worship. And when they heard about the level of ibadah and worship that the Prophet ﷺ had in his life, one of them said that we can, they all, conferred amongst themselves, they said we can never reach, his level. So one of them said that, from now on, I'm going to fast forever and I'm not going to break my fast. Right? The other one said, I'm going to pray all night and I'm not going to sleep. And the third person said, I'm not going to get married. I'm just going to sacrifice. And so the Prophet ﷺ, when he heard this, he called all 3 of them and he said that, I'm more fearful of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala than you are. I'm more worshipping towards Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala than you are. However, in my practice, my personal practice, I fast and I break my fast. I pray and I also sleep at night. And the Prophet ﷺ had multiple marriages, right? So this shows us that the level of balance that we need to have when it comes to our religious practice and the correct understanding that we need to have in order for us to flourish. This is extremely, extremely important for us to be healthy, righteous, practicing good Muslims, especially living in this day and age when we are overcome by the level of challenges that are there in the community, in the society, and throughout, subhanAllah. It's very, very difficult sometimes to navigate, very difficult, because we're dealing with so many different things. We're dealing with things like intergenerational trauma, we're dealing with, subhanAllah, Islamophobia, we're dealing with discrimination, we're dealing with, social issues, relational issues, and religious issues are always on top of that, subhanAllah. So contending with all of these issues and then also at the same time being emotionally, intelligent and healthy and being, a person who is functioning in the best way possible, inshallah, it's a big challenge. It's a very big challenge. And then, imagine when one person has baggage, right? You already have your baggage. Nobody's perfect. Everybody has baggage. Right? Nobody is perfect. The Prophet ﷺ was a person that was protected. Right? He was ma'soom. The anbiya, they are kulluhum ma'soomeen. They were protected by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Right? I mentioned this in last night's lecture as well. I said that even the Prophet ﷺ had issues in his household. Right? And I'm going to mention some examples. The Sahaba had. We talk about the Sahaba and absolutely they're there. But there are so many instances where we hear about stories of familial discord that might have happened, relational discords that might have happened, amongst the galaxy of Sahaba as well, the community of Sahaba as well. So this is something that naturally we will have to contend with in life, but the idea is that how can we prepare ourselves to the best of our ability and try our best. Try our best. So plan and prepare and then execute to the best of our ability. That's what we're here for. So the ayah that I recited for you, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala brings this ayah in Surah Al-Rum, where He says that He has, from amongst His sign is that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has created for you spouses, companions from amongst yourselves, right? This is something that is a mercy from Him, that imagine that we're not required to look for spouses outside of our species. I mean, what would that even look like? Subhanallah. Allah created us, for us, this level of familiarity, right? This type of, ability that we're able to seek spouses from the same, species. And also on top of that, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that once that's, the purpose of that marriage, the purpose of that union is so that a person can, reach a level where they can function in society, fulfill their purpose. And if they have done it the right way, inshallah, then وَجَعَلَ بَيْنَكُمْ مَوَدَّةً وَرَحْمَةً. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, then we sent down compassionate love. And the reason why I don't translate mawadda as love, but compassionate love. One is the type of love, that you see in Hollywood, you see in movies, and happily ever after, and nobody talks about what comes after, right? Nobody talks about, subhanAllah, Hollywood doesn't portray what comes out. I mean, it's very, very clear. Look at the level of marriages in Hollywood. Which couple actually lasts, right? How many marriages do they cycle through, right? And I mean, at this point, the standards of beauty are such that probably 80% plastic, 20% original, actual, that's what we're talking about. And that's what social media portrays as the standard of beauty, right? And it creates so much image, issues and so many other plethora of issues. So their concept of happiness and their concept of bliss and love and all of this stuff is something that's not what we look towards. That's not what we're supposed to look towards, actually, I should say. But sometimes because of the lack of, maybe exposure or even, community programs or even discussions, right? Sometimes the other perspective is not provided as it should be provided. Having said so, coming back to compassionate love is such that it is a wholesome love. It is literally the translation of, in sickness and in health. In sickness and in health. Why? Because in a marriage, right, you're going to have ups and downs. You're going to have difficult times. It's not always going to be happy. It's not always going to go well. And the true test of love is when you can still love when you're going through a difficult situation, when you can still show compassion, when you can still show mercy, when you can still show kindness and go out of your way, right? And subhanAllah, sometimes it happens that thing after thing occurs, disaster after disaster occurs. It's just a really rough patch. And as Sister Shama said, that subhanAllah, sometimes it's not one large thing that happens that results in the divorce, right? Or the separation. But rather it's the accumulation of small little things that have built up over time, right? So you're going through rough patch after rough patch after rough patch. And so Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that I not only give you compassionate love, but I give you mercy as well. So sometimes when you kind of forget about why you love each other, that's when the mercy kicks in and you are able to interact with the vehicle of mercy and be kind and to go out of your way and to have mercy, and then that becomes the vehicle in which the love is rekindled back again. So this is such a beautiful thing that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gives to each and every one of us. So mawaddatan wa rahma, this is extremely important, and this is something that is a special ata from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, right? This is not something that you can manufacture. This is not something that's just gonna, I spent, a year chatting and talking to this person, and so I feel like I know her likes and dislikes, and I know this and that, and I feel like I know, he's such a great guy, and like whatever. No, mawadda and rahma is something that comes as a special ata from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. This doesn't come from any haram source. Or even, I'm not saying it doesn't necessarily have to be haram. It doesn't necessarily have to be something, unlawful that a person is doing. But sometimes, going about it, it's not the most appropriate route that a person is taking. Even then, you cannot expect that you will achieve mawadda and rahmah. Right? Mawadda and rahmah is that special thing that will come from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in that lawful marriage, and then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will allow a person then to be able to maintain a healthy balance and relationship and all of that. And this relationship is something that is not just restricted to the life of this world, but literally it extends all the way till it's literally forever. Right? If that is a type of relationship that it will last forever, because when you go to paradise, right, there's no end to that life. And if you have righteous spouses in the life of this world, and you're married in Jannah as well, subhanAllah, it's a relationship that extends forever. So this is something that we need to give a lot of serious thought to. A lot of effort needs to be made. That how can we, and the effort is not just premarital, right? It's a continuous thing. It's a continuous effort that is ongoing. Right? And so, sometimes we understand that in other areas of life. Like, for example, if a person has, a place that they work at, you understand the importance of keeping up decorum, showing up on time, making sure to be nice to your colleagues, and investing some time to make sure that you are actually, performing well, and all of those. Many times in marriages, the reason why it falls apart is that after marriage, all of that investment, all of that effort is done. Oh, we're married now. That's why you have people in our society dating each other for 25 years, 30 years. And then they get married, and then after half a year, they have this huge divorce that happens, and this huge settlement of money and whatever. Right? So we need to think about these things from an Islamic lens as well. We need to think about it from an Islamic perspective as well. And subhanAllah, so I feel like one of the most important things about this is our individual connection with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Our individual connection with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, each and every one of us are responsible to go into our own grave. Each and every one of us, we are responsible to stand in front of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and give hisab and account for our own deeds. Allah is not going to ask you about what your wife did. Allah is not going to ask you about what your husband did. Allah is going to ask you about what you did. Right? This is very, very important. Right? Obviously, you will be questioned about those responsibilities that you had upon you, right? Which is in relation to your spouse, and in relation to your kids, in relation to your parents, in relation to your relatives and community, and so on and so forth. But the individual accounting, that hisab, is mandatory upon each and every person, right? So having that strong connection with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, especially, as sister said, that one of the love languages, or the love language that has been literally said in the Quran about Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, is salah. حافظوا على الصلوات والصلاة الوسطى. This is amazing that this ayah is actually brought right in the middle of ayat that are surrounded where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is talking about divorce. It's amazing, right? That Allah brings salah in the midst of ayat where He's talking about divorce. Because the idea is that when you're going through that rough patch, when you're going through that difficulty, when you're going through those tough times, possibly it is due to, and most of the times it may stem from the fact that your relationship with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has weakened. And if that's not the case, mashallah, some people are very particular in practicing. This is a vehicle for you to draw strength. This is literally the vehicle, the avenue, and the channel where you can draw strength from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Ask Allah to help you. Right? وَاسْتَعِينُوا بِالصَّبْرِ وَالصَّلَاةِ. Seek help from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala through the vehicles of patience and prayer. Patience and prayer. Right? So this is extremely important, that each and every person has their own spiritual regimen, their own spiritual, practice that they go through on a daily, weekly, monthly basis, where a person is focused upon their individual relationship with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Because if you invest into that relationship, then everything else is okay. And if you are lacking in that relationship, then everything else you're opening yourself up to suffering in every other area. Any questions about this? Okay, inshallah. So, in terms of our relationship with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, right, before marriage, right, many times people think that, at the time of marriage, I can change another person, right? Maybe the person is not practicing, but you know what, I can get this person to change, right? Getting another person to change is one of the most difficult things in the life of this world. Because if it doesn't come from within, if it doesn't come from, from a place where a person takes individual responsibility, guess what? People get married day in, day out. Once the hype of marriage, once the honeymoon phase is done, khalas. What's the incentive anymore? I'm already married to the person. Many times, when it comes to, I have this person that I want to marry, they're from, another faith, or they want to become Muslim, or they're ready to become Muslim. I actually sit the person down. Like, do you actually want to become Muslim because you actually believe in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and you believe Islam to be true? Or are you getting married for the purposes of marriage? Or are you accepting Islam for the purposes of marriage? Because so many times it happens that people take the shahada, and then after the marriage, subhanAllah, there's nothing. And then that becomes a huge issue, because on the one side you have someone who's extremely practicing, and the other person who's coming from a background which has like no familiarity with that. And they don't resonate with that. And so the lifestyle and the perspectives and everything else is vastly different. This actually happened in the time of the Prophet ﷺ. There was this person, or there was this woman, right, in Makkah al-Mukarramah, right, and she became a believer. She accepted Islam, and then it came time for the Muslims to migrate to Medina Munawwara. So she actually migrated. She left Mecca and she went to Medina Munawwara. In Makkah Mukarramah, while she was there, she had this man who was extremely in love with her. Right? He also ended up accepting Islam, right? However, when it came to migration, right, she said that, look, I'm going to Medina, right? If you want, you can follow me, or, the choice is yours. And so what does he do? He actually migrates to Medina Munawwara, and then he comes, and then, they get married and they're together and whatever. This matter is then forwarded to the Prophet ﷺ, and, the Sahaba were such people that, when it comes to such issues like this, there's always a cover. The man's name is not mentioned, that who is this person. However, when it comes to the reward of hijrah, the Prophet ﷺ made a comment about that وَمَنْ كَانَتْ هِجْرَتُهُ إِلَى اللَّهِ وَرَسُولِهِ فَهِجْرَتُهُ إِلَى اللَّهِ وَرَسُولِهِ وَمَنْ كَانَتْ هِجْرَتُهُ لِدُنْيَا يُصِيبُهَا أَوْ امْرَأَةٍ يَنْكِحُهَا فَهِجْرَتُهُ إِلَى مَا هَاجَرَ إِلَيْهِ. Right? So even though this person accepted Islam and made hijrah, and this was like a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to become a muhajir, right? To accept Islam, to be amongst the Sahaba, and to be a muhajir. However, this person did not receive the reward of hijrah. Why? Because their intention behind it was what? To seek out marriage. Right? So if a person did hijrah for the sake of Allah and His Messenger ﷺ to establish the deen, then they will get the reward of hijrah. If a person made, hijrah for the purposes of getting married to someone, or for any other type of work, we move all the time, we migrate to different cities, different positions, different places and whatever, then whatever the intention is, accordingly Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will reward the person. So our individual spiritual connection with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is something that must serve as the bedrock, the foundation of who we are, right? And this is the reason why that at the time of the marriage, when we perform the marriage, right, the word taqwa of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is mentioned 4 times. Right? The 3 ayat that are recited in the khutbatul hajah, the taqwa of Allah, the consciousness of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is mentioned 4 times. Because this is supposed to serve as the bedrock of that marriage. Because even when things are not going well, and things are not, functioning the way that they're supposed to, even when you're at each other's throats, even when the emotions are flaring up and all of that, one of the things that will keep a Muslim, a true Muslim, in check is the taqwa of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, right? Because then you will not transgress the boundaries, right? You will not transgress, the laws of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, right? Which is basically the bedrock and the foundation. The foundational standard in Islam is al-adl. Inna Allah ya'muru bil-adl wal-ihsan wa ita'i dhil qurba. There's 3 levels that when it comes to interactions. Al-adl is this bedrock, this foundation where each and every person has been awarded and afforded rights in Islam. The rights of the husband, the rights of the wife, the rights of the parents, the rights of the children, right? But we as Muslims, right, this is supposed to serve as the bare minimum. Unfortunately, when it comes to dealing with each other in marriage, we're always at the bare minimum. We're always talking about what's my right and what's, the other person's rights. It's a conversation about rights. In Islam, you're supposed to always strive for more. You're supposed to strive for ihsan. You're supposed to strive for excellence. لا يؤمن أحدكم حتى يحب لأخيه ما تحب لنفسك. A person cannot be a true believer until and unless they love for their fellow Muslim what they love for themselves. So treat others how you want to be treated, right? That mawadda and that rahmah that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is going to be granting you, inshallah, this is something that you have to really be able to tap into. And a person cannot tap into that if you don't have a strong connection and relationship with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. You're not going to be able to sacrifice. You're not going to be able to go out of your way to be able to do that. And this is extremely important, right? And so this aspect of maintaining this connection with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, this is something that will be the solution that will, and I'm not saying that religious people and righteous people do not have problems. But the solutions that are found within this, the vehicle of dua, the vehicle of being able to ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, to bear yourself and your hajjah and your needs in front of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, this is something that is unparalleled, right? Because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala through this teaches us that we're supposed to, tie our hopes and our, connections and our raja, our expectations with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala alone, who has the ability to fulfill them. If we tie our expectations on creation, if we tie our expectations on our spouses, if we tie our expectations on our kids, what happens? We're setting up ourselves for disaster. It's a recipe for disaster. How many times do you hear about complaints? Children have complaints about their parents. Parents have complaints and disappointment. I'm so disappointed, right? Spouses will set each other up for disappointment when they're putting their expectations on each other. You are responsible for your own connection with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and to also focus upon being healthy, becoming an asset, not a liability to the other person. Right? This is a responsibility that each and every one of us carries. Sometimes it's not easy in life. When we talk about the practical realities of life, the stresses that we all face, the level of, things that people have to go through in life when it comes to work, when it comes to, for example, raising kids, when it comes to, for example, contending with disease and health-related issues, when it comes to, halal and haram, when it comes to so many things, right? However, if the individual responsibility is there, and that is grounded by that I will have to answer to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu qu anfusakum wa ahlikum nara. O believers, save yourselves from the fire and then your family from the fire of Jahannam. Right? So I know this is taking a little bit of a somber note, but I feel like this is something that is absolutely important to mention, because inshallah, if this is something that we keep at the core of our foundation, this will be something that will be extremely beneficial to all of us, inshallah. Some of the other things that I wanted to talk about was, so we'll start off with, Sheikh Yusuf asked me to talk about Mahr. What is the religious expectations of Mahr? What is the religious background of Mahr itself, right? Nowadays in society, many times because of the lack of understanding of what Mahr actually is, the dowry price, right? Or the gift to the bride, right? I should say. The understanding of a Mahr is something that we really need to, kind of take a step back and understand it from the religious significance, the cultural significance versus the practical reality. If I have to ask a question, what is a good amount of mahr? What's a number that's like, okay, this is a good mahr? From the sisters, I know you can. Okay. How much you can afford? Okay, what? 200K? Okay, mashallah. All right. Brothers, listen closely. Yeah. Yes? Anything, oh, mashallah, anything of value. Okay. Anything, any other answers? Yes? 20 grams of gold, mashallah. Okay, interesting. Yes? What do you mean by charity? Oh, mashallah, very beautiful. Sadaqah jariyah in your name. That's a beautiful mahr, right? Okay, yes? 3 months salary. You have to first determine what the level of salary is first, right? Otherwise, if somebody's working at McDonald's, 3 months of salary really doesn't mean that much. Yes?
10 to 15K.
10 to 15K? Okay. So, the reality is that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala actually did not stipulate a maximum ceiling for mahr. There's no maximum ceiling. There's a minimum, right? That you cannot go below this, but there's no maximum. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala literally mentioned in the Quran, قِنْطَارِ يُؤَدِّهِ إِلَيْكَ, piles of gold, huge piles of gold. There are some mahars, some dowries that are given which are in the equivalence of piles of gold. So huge sums of money. And then there are other standards where it's very, very simplistic. And so the idea behind the mahr is what? Is that it's not about a monetary amount. Because even as you mentioned, 20 grams of gold or 200K or even, subhanAllah, 500K. If somebody, the idea is that it's supposed to be this form, traditionally, technically, it was supposed to be that, okay, the wife is, she's a homemaker and she's not working and she's, she doesn't have a source of income. And now financially, she's completely dependent upon her husband. So in the case that something happens, in the case of divorce or somebody, the husband passing away, that she becomes a widow, that she has something to fall back on, right? What does 200K mean in this society? How long can you live on 200K? Right? Especially if you have children, multiple children, right? So it's not about a number. It's not about a number, actually. It is, there is a practical reality that a number needs to be established, it needs to be given, and Islam takes into consideration, for example, mahrul mithl, right, when it comes to, comparative, mahars of the women in the family, for example, and all of those things. However, this is a conversation that needs to be understood, that this mahr is something that is supposed to serve as a source of barakah. It's supposed to serve as a source of barakah, right? You have the standard of minimum mahr. You have the, maximum, whatever is, kind of prevalent in society. Sometimes people throw like huge numbers out there, right? And then they don't even pay it. How many cases have I had of women coming and saying that my husband has never paid my mahr? It's like, okay, 50K mahr, 100K mahr, but guess what? The idea is that I'm never going to pay it. Brothers, listen closely. That mahr, that amount is a debt. It's a debt to your wife. Which means that she can actually hold you accountable Yawm al-Qiyamah if you haven't paid it. If you've passed away from this life and you haven't paid that debt and she hasn't forgiven you, you better be nice to her. You either pay that or you better be nice to her, right? That she's not going to hold you accountable on the day of Qiyamah for not paying her mahr. Right? So the idea is that this mahr, it's supposed to be that symbolic thing that is, basically there in that marriage. It's supposed to serve as a source of barakah. The Prophet ﷺ married his most precious daughter, Fatima radiallahu ta'ala anha. What was the mahr of Ali radiallahu ta'ala and Fatima radiallahu? Anybody knows? Yes? Shield. Okay, good. What is the... How much was the shield? Iron khatam? No. The shield is the right answer, but how much was the shield? 300? Okay. So it's a very, very interesting, story of, how he comes to actually, ask for the hand of Fatima radiallahu ta'ala anha. Ali radiallahu ta'ala anha, he's basically, he's a single man in Medina, and he's not very well off and things like that. And subhanAllah, there are many, many people that have come and they have, encouraged him that you should go and you should ask for Fatima's hand. And, the Prophet ﷺ has already rejected offers from Abu Bakr and Umar and all of these things, And so finally when he comes, to the Prophet ﷺ to ask him, for Fatima radiallahu ta'ala anha's hand, he's just overtaken by the awe of the Prophet ﷺ that he simply cannot speak. And so for a long time, he's just sitting there, he's not able to speak. And so then the Prophet ﷺ sort of understood what he came for. He said that, did you come to ask for Fatima's hand? He said, yes. He said that, do you have anything to offer in Mahr? Do you have anything to offer? He said, no. I don't have a Mahr. So the Prophet ﷺ pointed to his shield. He said that, how much is that? He said that this is about 4 dirhams. So it's a very cheap piece of whatever. So he said that go and sell this in the marketplace and go and bring this money as Mahr. So he goes, right, it's 4 dirhams, he goes and he starts selling the shield. And he comes across Uthman radiallahu ta'ala an, he's like, what? And he sees that he's selling his shield. He said, why are you selling it? He said that I need money for my Mahr. He said that, how much are you selling this? He said, I'm selling this for 40 dirhams, right? Whatever. So Uthman radiallahu ta'ala an, he says that, I will sell it, I will pay 400 dirhams for it. Because he knew that this is a young man trying to get married, so he wanted to, be kind to him, And so he purchases that shield for 400. He now has 400 dirhams, 400 silver coins. And then he goes into his home and he sells whatever he can. And then he comes to the Prophet ﷺ, and the Prophet of Allah asked him that, how much of money do you have for Mahr? He said, I have 480 dirhams. This was the Mahr of the most beloved daughter of the Prophet ﷺ. The most beloved daughter of the person whom he loved, so much. She resembled him, the most closest resemblance that anyone had with the Prophet ﷺ was his daughter Fatima radiallahu ta'ala anha, right? And their, relationship was so strong, it was so well connected that any time the Prophet ﷺ would leave Medina Munawwara, the last house that he would stop by was the house of Fatima radiallahu ta'ala anha. And when he would come back from the journey, guess where he went first? The house of Fatima radiallahu ta'ala anha. Anytime, that Fatima radiallahu ta'ala anha would walk in, right, to see her father, he would literally stand up. He would stand up and he would greet her, he would hug her, he would show her so much of affection and love, and then he would actually seat her in his place. Allahu Akbar. What a type of, honor. And then when the Prophet ﷺ came to her house, she did the same for him. So this was the most beloved daughter of the Prophet ﷺ, and the Mahr wasn't a huge amount. Wallahi, I tell you, in my experience of performing marriages, I've seen ridiculous things. I'll give you an example. I went to, and usually after that I made it my policy, I was like, you have to determine the Mahr beforehand. I'm not coming to the wedding hall and then negotiating, right? There's this nikah that I went to, subhanAllah, right? I'm not going to mention where both bride and the groom were from, different cultures, different whatever. The bride's father, right? These are the two fathers now negotiating for the Mahr, by the way. So the groom's father wanted the Mahr to be a verse from the Quran. Okay? The bride's father wanted half of his life savings. I was like, are you kidding me right now? Half of his life savings and an ayah of the Quran. How do you, where do we go about this? So anyways, I took them aside. I was like, this is ridiculous. You guys need to be on the same page. The guests are waiting. Everybody's waiting. The families are waiting. Come on, let's talk, some sense. Right? Then, for example, the groom wanted to offer, okay, and many times, as Sister Shama said, that these marriages, the amount of expenditure that is done upon these marriages is just ridiculous. أعظم النكاح بركة أيسرها مؤونة. The Prophet ﷺ said that the best type of nikah, the best type of marriage is where everything is just simple and easy. Yes, you can go out of your way to decorate, but it shouldn't be a burden. Don't make it into a burden. People literally selling their homes so that they can get their daughter married. What is this nonsense? Right? Subhanallah. So, guess how much? And this is not like a neurologist or like, subhanallah, like some like really like, like a surgeon or someone making like a crazy amount of money. This was a normal, average, working Joe type of person. Guess how much the ring was? Just the ring alone. And that's fine. You know what? Okay, you want to gift something to your bride-to-be and all of that. The ring itself was $40,000. So he wanted to offer that as the mahr, right, to his bride. I was like, okay, are you sure about this? Have you thought it through? Or are you just, pressured by the situation right now? So I took them aside. I gave them a little bit of background about what mahr is and what the reality is, that if it doesn't mean that you're putting an X amount of money in mahr that you cannot give, additional gifts. You cannot, save money for, for example, other beautiful experiences, honeymoon, hajj, umrah, whatever it is. You can do, the sky's the limit. The mahr should not be just, the end all be all of the marriage. That's not what it's supposed to be, right? Sometimes people make it, oh, you have to have 50K, otherwise you can't get married. You have to be able to afford that 50K mahr. People literally they get turned off. Young people are so cynical about marriage because they're like, I can't afford it. I can't afford it. And so, I'm not saying, especially for the sisters, I'm not saying to devalue yourself. Wallahi, I'm not saying this. You have your value. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the one that gave you your value. And nobody can take your value away from you. However, you have to be realistic, you have to be practical for both ends. For the men folk, you have to be, what does it mean to be a married person? What does it mean to take on that role and that responsibility of being qawwam? What does it mean to protect and provide? What does it mean to, take on all of that? You have to bring yourself up to that level. You have to make yourself eligible. And you have to execute on your responsibilities. Right? But also at the same time, our society and communities, we need to have these discussions about being practical. Because guess what? As the statistics have been mentioned, zina is always out there. That door to zina is it's wide open. Right? All types of drugs and vices and alcohol and all of these things are they're already available. Why would a person want to choose the hard route? And especially if we end up making it even harder, then what happens? Right? What happens? So anyways, getting back to the point that we were talking about the mahr, that this is something that is, the standard that Fatima radiallahu ta'ala anha got married, this is also to me. This is something that has, a level of barakah that is attached to it, right? When it comes to the actual, I'm sorry, I got a little bit, I didn't finish my story. So getting back to that story of that couple, so I finally got them to agree on a $3,500 mahr. Just to give you an example and finish the story. 3 days later, they called me that it's not working out. 3 days later. This was probably the shortest thing that I had seen. 3 days later, the guy calls me. He's like, I'm sorry, but this is not working. Can you help us go through the process of divorce and whatever? Now imagine if he had agreed to half of his life savings. The amount of bitterness, the amount of, thing that sometimes it can make or break someone's life. It can literally, yes. So the minimum mahr so there's different schools. Like for example, in the Hanafi school of thought, it is 10 dirhams, right? And in the Shafi'i school of thought, it is 1 dirham. And then in some other schools, that it has to be something that has at least a certain amount of value. It has to be a valuable thing, which basically determines the minimum level. So in today's times, how is the minimum mahr, how do you find out exactly what the minimum mahr is? It's based on the price of silver. There is a website that I can provide to you. It's called dsfnd.org or masjidds.org. They actually have it on their website. The algorithm is actually connected to the price of silver, and every single day it updates. So you can see what the minimum mahr is, you can see what the mahr al-Fatimi is, and you can also see what the nisab of zakat is. So it's very easy, three separate things, inshallah. So if you want to know what the minimum mahr is, just pull it up and you'll be able to see that this is what the price is for the price of silver. Yes? Kruger coin? Sorry? Mm-hmm. Yes, yes. This is a beautiful thing. Alhamdulillah. For the mahr to be paid, right? I mean, it's a debt. If you can pay it right away, this is the best thing possible. And so, if someone can afford to pay 15,000 right away, alhamdulillah, mashallah, set your mahr to 15,000. Set it to 50,000. Set it to 100,000. Set it to. The point is, pay it. If you're setting the mahr and you are coming from that type of, background and whatever, where paying that 100K, 200K is not a big deal for you, alhamdulillah, mashallah. This is one way for you to show your love. That's okay, right? That's why I said that Islam does not set maximum expectations. Even in the mahr of the Prophet ﷺ's marriages, you'll find that there's a big difference sometimes, right? Some of the marriages that took place, the mahr was very little in number, and some of them were very high. And so, and the reason, again, that we take from this is that it's from the personal practice of the Prophet ﷺ that the standards are set. Okay, so that conversation needs to take place. It needs to happen, right? We need to be practical about it. We need to be very pragmatic, and also come from a place of understanding. Come from a place of compassion. If already before the marriage, this is like X, Y, and Z, and like whatever, this is the number that we're setting, then what is that type of thing that we're setting? The conversation, was, or the question was asked about prenuptial agreements, right? So in Islam, prenuptial agreements are allowed. Obviously, there has to be certain conditions that have to be fulfilled and all of that stuff. So having that prenuptial agreement doesn't necessarily, it doesn't invalidate the marriage. There are certain conditions that will. However, the overall aspect of having a prenuptial agreement is something that is halal. That's fine, right? But at the same time, being practical about it. The way that we approach it, the way that we approach the conversation. Traditionally speaking, the mahr is something that would be negotiated not by the bride and the groom themselves, but actually people, that were delegated on their behalf. So that this, type of uncomfortable negotiation process, they don't have to go through that. Right? So you set a representative for yourself that this is what, for example, this is what our family standard is. This is what the other women of our family have gotten married on. This is called the Mahr al-Mithil. No problem, right? If you don't want to go through that conversation yourself, then set somebody as your representative. Let them have that conversation, right? But being practical about it is something that is extremely crucial. It's extremely important, right? Any questions about this? Yes. Could you wait for the mic, inshallah?
Is there anything in the mahr that that may not be permissible, or something that because I don't understand what the the maximum is. Is there anything that the spouse may ask for that you probably couldn't give them, or that isn't permissible?
So one of the most important things about mahr is that it has to be, from my understanding, it has to have a determined value. That's why I said that there needs to be a separation. Many times the mahr is, well, okay, we're going to go for umrah, we're going to go for hajj. But what does that even mean? I mean, going for hajj, for example, pre-COVID was vastly different to going for Hajj now, which is like almost out of reach for people. 25,000, and then if you have to take your spouse, 50,000. How many people actually have $50,000 laying around in savings? So what does that even mean, right, in terms of, an experience, where, quote unquote, a number is not determined, but, there's that sentiment behind it. I think it's very, very important for a number to be stipulated that this is what the mahar is, and then, subhanallah, then the room, for doing ihsan, for going out of your way to be, extra kind and extra loving and showering, and generous with gifts and other things. The sky's the limit for that, right? But to stipulate that amount, I think an X amount of money actually, monetary value to that, I think it's very important. Okay? Inshallah. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. No, I just wanted to kind of see the mood in the room. That's why I asked the question. And so the elaboration came afterwards. But this is part of the premarital process. Yeah. 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 I understand what you're saying. But I just wanted to kind of, see what was commonly on people's minds, right? Yes. Yeah, unfortunately. Mm-hmm. So definitely the mahar in today's day and age, the reason why I asked for the numbers is that it is actually symbolic now, right? There's no actual there's no number that you can actually set and say that this is like, wow, right? This is the mahar, right? It does become symbolic in nature. However, in terms of just the legal contracts and other things, Islamic verbal contracts and all of that stuff, the amount that is stipulated as the mahar, that number has to still be separated and upheld, right? In terms of asset division and everything, that number still has to be separated and said that this is the mahar. Beyond whatever else. You can talk about everything else, but this is something that has to be part of the conversation, that this is... Yeah, it has to be. It has to be, because this is an exclusive part of the contract. This is the price of the contract itself. The price of the marriage contract itself, that is what the mahar is. So that has... Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So when it comes to a case of khula, the idea of a khula, or I should back up and kind of explain this. The right of divorce in Islam is given to the male, right? The female doesn't have the right of divorce, and there's a number of hikam and wisdoms behind it and all of that stuff. However, in the initiation of a marriage contract, there is an agreement that can be made for the right of divorce, that I will marry you on the condition that I will also have the right to divorce. This is something that is a legal condition that can be stipulated at the time of marriage. And if the husband agrees to that, then that's how it will happen. Okay? But on a default level, the husband is the one that holds the right to divorce, right? Now, if, for example, the person is just, being, very difficult, and the wife, things are not working out, maybe there's been a lot of effort or from one side, and the other person is like just not interacting with it, and you just want to like basically, end and terminate the relationship, then there is two ways to go about it. One is to ask for a khula, right? The khula is where the woman requests the husband to give the divorce in exchange that the mahr amount that was agreed upon in the beginning, if it was already paid, she would give that amount back, or if it wasn't paid, she would forgive that and he would give her the divorce. That's called a khula. The other is where, for example, a marriage happened, and in that marriage, the husband is not fulfilling his basic obligations to the spouse, to the wife, right? And she has tried for a time period to basically help him, to encourage him, and to seek counseling and to give him a chance to kind of get his affairs in order and all of those things. However, he's still not fulfilling it. And so what happens is that she can come and bring her case. It used to be traditionally that she could come to a qadi, a judge, and she could present a civil case, right? But because we don't have that system, we don't have that avenue available anymore, that's where you have the Sharia courts. You'll have a panel of scholars who will basically review the case as it's brought, right? They will basically take the time to reach out to the other party, to hear their side of things, and then if there's legitimate things that need to be rectified, then a time period is stipulated, right, for that. And then within that time period, if things are not sorted out, then what happens is something called a fasakh, an annulment of the marriage, right? Islamic annulment of the marriage that is given by the scholars, right? In this case, the mahr does not have to be given back. If it was already paid, right, it doesn't have to be given back. If it wasn't paid, then it's a debt that he owes. It's a debt that he owes, inshallah. So, does that answer? Yeah, so I'm glad you asked that. So there's two types of mahr, mahr al-mu'ajjal and mu'akhar. Mu'ajjal is that which is paid in cash up front. Mu'akhar is something that is delayed and paid later on. But this is something that the bride has to agree on. It's her right. It's her money. If she says that I want it right now, then you have to come up with it right now. If she says that no problem, honey, like whatever, I understand your situation right now, you just started working and like whatever, this is something that you can, inshallah pay me later on and whatever, she has to agree upon it. If she doesn't agree upon it, then you have to do it mu'ajjal. Many times the families kind of pressure each other and they'll say that, no, we're going to do mu'ajjal right now, this amount, and mu'akhar. No, that's not how it goes. That's not how it goes. It has to be agreed upon, and particularly the bride has to give her she has to accept that request. Yeah, it is lawful. Yeah, you can have that. Yeah, it's like a normal contract. Yeah. Yeah, sadly so. I mean, she can actually give you more. You do asset division, right, Sister Shama? I said you've dealt with cases like this where he's saying that to make the mahr amount a legal, legally binding thing, so that in case of separation, that actually is fulfilled. Yeah. Yeah. So it has to be done, in such a way that, it's not just a verbal thing, or it's not just a token thing, right? It's an actual number and it has to be fulfilled. And if it's not fulfilled, there's legal ramifications. Yeah. Yeah, but again, the condition itself has to be like, it can't be something sinful, right? It can't be something sinful, it has to be something that's halal, yes. So, yeah, I'm glad you asked that question. So, for example, there's issues happening in the marriage and like whatever, she's given it some time, like maybe a few months or like whatever the case is, the situation is not, and then she's asked him that, okay, if this is the case and, like it seems like, we're on two different pages, can you let me go and can you, let's separate and let's have a divorce or whatever, and he's not agreeing to it and he's not actually doing anything to change himself, right? Then in that case, then she would basically approach, right? Because now this is a situation of abuse. This is a situation where, like she's going through a difficult period and there's no recourse for her. So the recourse is for her to go to these scholars and be like, you know what, this is the situation, right? And then they will take it upon them to contact him and to basically give him, a certain amount of time to, like, for example, rectify himself, about a year or so. That is what is stipulated about health conditions. For example, if somebody is experiencing some health conditions, they're not able to, fulfill the intimacy rights, for example, of their spouse and whatever. The books of fiqh mention 1 year, that they would be given 1 year to seek medication or treatment or whatever. This is one example of this, right? There's no stipulated period for that. There's no stipulated period for that. She can try as long as she feels. I would say that if it's after a week, then maybe that marriage has other issues. And a person, if they're very well thought out before of who they want to marry, unless it's a case of like severe like deception, then there shouldn't be like, okay, after a week I want to get divorced from this marriage, right? Because you would have already put in your due diligence when picking your spouse to marry in the first place, right? It's actually a good question. I had an experience where yeah, and every relationship, every marriage is subjective, right? Like every experience is subjective, right? There are cases where people are just being unreasonable, right? I had this case where this convert sister wanted me to serve as her acting wali. She was interested in this other party. They had a long back and forth through text messages where I was a part of it, right? Alhamdulillah, they got ready, they got married and whatever. And then like about a month later, she texted me that I don't want to be in this relationship anymore. I wasn't attracted to him to begin with. I was like, come on. We had these conversations for like over a month. My phone was just getting blown up with like text messages from, they're texting back and forth, no problem. But you weren't you weren't attracted to him to begin. Then why go through this process? It's not a game, right? People's lives and people's feelings and people's, things, they actually matter, right? So we need to be responsible about that, inshallah. Ji. Yeah, yeah. I think American law is totally different. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So again, it's a case by case scenario, right? And these things, even if it may not be upheld by like an Islamic court because that doesn't exist, there's still that right with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that you will have to be answerable for, on the day of judgment. If somebody's really, doing what they need to do, and beyond that, then it's just selfish, personal, like whatever thing that that's what you chose to go with. Like for example, even in cases of separation where a person wants to abide by Western laws and go 50-50, right? This concept, this question I think was asked earlier, that my wealth is my wealth and your wealth is also my wealth. That's actually wrong. In Islam, that's wrong. Your wealth is your wealth and the husband's wealth is his wealth, right? But he is responsible for providing, protecting, for the nafaqah, the sukna, the spending, right? The spending amount, the food, the clothing, the shelter, the health care, all of that is his responsibility. But that doesn't give you an automatic entitlement to his wealth. If you actually take a dime from that without his permission, then that is something that is going to go against you. Jay. Mm-hmm. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Right. Absolutely. So I think in those cases, if there's a genuine like medical factor, then that case would have to be like, reviewed. Obviously, the case would have to be scrutinized through medical records or whatever the case is, But the point here was that she didn't disclose it. What was the question then? Yeah. Mm. Yeah. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. Mm. Yeah. 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 And this is something that I'm so glad that we're talking about this, because this is, as you mentioned, this is huge. If somebody actually has that type of condition, then they should be upfront about it. They should be frank about it. Don't deceive a person, right? Mm. I think that. So I would go about it the same way that, for example, if somebody had a physical disability, or somebody had like a condition or like whatever, that conversation needs to be had. That there needs to be at least the attraction factor is so important. The intimacy factor is so important, right? If that itself is lacking, right, then we know what disaster they're setting themselves up for potentially, right? No. It is a dilemma. And everyone has that individual challenge that they have to go through in life. Like, for example, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala creates whatever He creates. Sometimes people have feelings for the same gender. So in Islam, how is that treated? Right? That, in Islam, As long as you don't act out on it, then it's not haram. It's a nafsi issue, right? So then you're going to go through that struggle, you're going to go through that, you're going to pray, you're going to ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to help you and to get through that condition, to be able, but that's your lot in life that you have to contend with. That person who will have patience upon that, they will be rewarded by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Like for example, there's this woman that came to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam and she complained. She said that, Ya Rasulullah, I'm prone to fits. That sometimes, I just lose control of my senses and my body will just break out into fits and things like that. He said, Ya Rasulullah, can you pray that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala takes this condition away from me? And so he said that, would you be happy to live with this condition and to have patience, and in return, I guarantee that Allah will give you Jannah? Right? She said, yes, I'll take it. She says, I'll take that. I'll be patient in life. I'll deal with this condition. In exchange, that inshallah Allah will give me Jannah for this. But she said that there's one more request that I have, that unfortunately sometimes when I'm in that state, because I have no control over my faculties, sometimes it may happen that some parts of my body may become exposed. So can you make dua to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that Allah will keep my body concealed? And so the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam made dua for her for that. So sometimes people just, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala literally created us in with our own unique challenges, our own unique, different things that we have to deal and contend with in life. But I think the best way to go about it is to be frank about it, right? Because attraction is not something that is objective. Attraction is something that is subjective. The attraction factor is different for every person. The example that you mentioned, that you're counseling one brother who is taking care of his parents, his father is going through Parkinson's, and subhanallah, right? And who wouldn't want to take care of their parents like that? Who that's like the most religious thing to do, but then you have to then be able to contend with. I know of a person, subhanallah, that their parents are extremely elderly, they're not able to take care of themselves. Same similar case. But he had the most amount of difficulty finding someone because, they didn't want to live jointly, right? So it's a challenge, right? Something that we have to talk about more as a community on, firstly acknowledging that issues like this exist, and then creating, like, subhanAllah, resources, being able to support one another, being able to, like, even, if we take a step back from this type of thing, like, for example, a lot of, especially coming from the Indian subcontinent background, sometimes from the Arab background, and I'm sorry that I'm mentioning, but many times cross-culture marrying a convert, for example, marrying somebody who's completely different from your own ethnic background and whatever, and the way that parents sometimes will react to that, right? So these types of conversations really need to be had in the community. Right? The standard that the Prophet ﷺ gave to us was إِذَا أَتَاكُمْ مَنْ تَرْضَوْنَ دِينَهُ وَخُلُقَهُ. I believe you mentioned this as well. That person, if a person approaches you for marriage and they have two things, they have the deen and they have good character, they're a good person. فَزَوِّجُوا. Right? It's a command of the Prophet ﷺ. This is a good candidate, this is a good person. Don't look at the color of their skin, don't look at the language, don't look at, and I'm not saying that we don't take those things into factor. There should be. Many times people go, gung-ho about this, we're not, as long as they're Muslim and they're a good person. No, but there's also practical realities that happen afterwards. When it comes to in-law interactions, when it comes to family gatherings, there's so many things that happen. Sometimes the other person, because they're not aware of the culture, they feel very isolated. So are we ready to provide support to them, in that case? That, like, as you mentioned, us as brothers, we really don't equip our wives to kind of like walk into that, in-law situation. They kind of have to, figure it out themselves. So it's an extra step. The same way, like, for example, if I'm marrying someone, or if a person is marrying someone, that is coming from, that is just accepting Islam and coming newly into the religion, how much of a responsibility is there to actually teach them and to guide them and to, like, practically, demonstrate to them the beauty of Islam? How much of onus is there upon you? It's huge. So the same way when it comes to that, when it comes to cross-cultural marrying, when it comes to all of these things, there needs to be that understanding between the spouses, there needs to be understanding between the families, the parents, and then subhanAllah, the circles of trust, right? How much are we sharing, the level of sharing that the level of connection that we have with one another, not allowing others to penetrate that circle, many times because of, like for example, interference from outside factors, that the relationship falls apart. It's not necessarily a problem between the spouses, but because of family indulgence and involvement and this auntie's expectations and that, you know, person's like whatever, it just falls apart because of that. Yes.
So I wanted an Islamic perspective on, I've heard this and I wanted to hear an Islamic perspective on when a girl is wanting to get married, that she should marry within the same socioeconomic range that she's used to, and that is recommended. I wanted to know, what does Islam say about that?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah. So Islam definitely takes into consideration the context of any person's situation, right? The society, the societal context, the familial context, the cultural context, and all of that, right? Islam allows for all of that, right? And so, answering, you know, here, that Islam definitely there's this concept called kufu, compatibility, right? Especially in the Hanafi madhab. You know, in the Hanafi madhab, a bride doesn't need the permission of her wali. In the other madhahib, right, like for example the Shafi'i madhab and others, a woman cannot get married without the permission of her wali. In the Hanafi madhab, as long as she is mature, she is baligha, she can get married on her own. She doesn't have to seek the permission of her wali. However, it is also backed up by the fact that if there is no kufu, or if the wali feels like there's no kufu in this marriage where she got married without express permission, he has the ability to be able to annul that marriage. That's how much the compatibility factor is actually taken into consideration in Islam. So the socioeconomic background and all of that stuff, most of the times in terms of practicality, right? Like we're not even living in a world where people have the time to like focus on these things. We're living in a rat race. Work, home, life, children, school, this, that, whatever. Who has time to actually, and then you want to walk into your home and then fight another battle? The home is supposed to be a maskan, a place of raha, a place where a person finds peace and tranquility, a place where a person is able to rejuvenate. But now you're coming from completely different backgrounds, socioeconomic backgrounds. There's this level of expectation, and then this person is not able to maintain that and whatever, and so then that becomes a cause of things. Yes.
So I found something interesting that you said. You said like here in Islam, it's like your man's half of his wealth is his wealth, and wife's half is her wealth. Because I've heard divorce counselors here in San Antonio say that's not true. That the way it works is like you divorce through Islam, so you have to pay her half through Islam, and you divorce her through legally, so you pay her half again, so you lose basically 75% of your wealth.
In Islam, there's half?
That, or whatever, that's what I've been told. There have been people here I've seen who in divorces, they say that you have to pay her through Islamic divorce, and you have to pay her through a legal divorce, because you marry her through Islam, and you marry her through the law.
That's horrible. If a person has to go through that. Right? Islamically, no. I mean, there's no concept of 50-50, right, in Islam. In Islam, the only thing is that where, the Mahr has to be paid.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. As long as the Mahr is paid, then, your wealth is your wealth, my wealth is my wealth. Then there's a separation. Mm-hmm. However, there is, the amount that a person has to pay in terms of if there's a children.
So
if there are children
what they're
involved.
saying is like haram. It's like you're not supposed to do that.
It is. Yeah. Yes.
Just going back to, like, taking a step back from the question the doctor asked earlier, not like in a situation where there's like a medical condition, but in relation to intimacy, is there any way in which it's appropriate to even ask that from the perspective of like ensuring rights are fulfilled, I guess, right? Because I guess it's known that each has a right. But is there even is that even on the table to be questioned prior to, like, in the premarital conversation? Does that make sense?
Could you repeat? I'm sorry. Could you repeat that question again? I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah, go ahead.
So the brother's asking like a really, really important question. He's like, is there any way Islamically to ask a woman about intimate, or woman to ask a man Islamically if their expectations of Islamic rights of intimacy will be met according to what they feel they want, and see if that's something that the other person is on board with? And that's a very, very good question.
Absolutely. Look, Islam is not shy about these things. I mean, look, there is, like, for example, as I mentioned earlier, even the Mahr sometimes becomes an uncomfortable conversation, right? Then in this case, like, for example, if this is something that is super important, if this is something like, if there's a certain expectation that they have, right, then you should be able to ask it frankly. Because again, the idea of this marriage is to protect each other from haram. If you're not meeting this basic requirement, right, then what is the point of the marriage to begin with, especially when we live in a society that is as hypersexualized as it is? If the intimacy issues are not being met, this is a conversation that should be frank. It should be on the table, right? There's a nice way to go about it. There's decorum to be established about it, that this is going to be a very uncomfortable thing that I may ask you, but can I please, know this, because this is super important to me. And if the person is mature about it, if the person is honest about it, they will actually appreciate that. They will appreciate that.
I find that a lot of women in Islam, like Muslim women, because I am a Muslim woman too, that women are very uncomfortable talking about, and a lot of Muslim women would be very offended. And I think that's what your concern is that if you're about to marry a girl, you're considering a proposal, like, how do you ask as a girl or a guy a question about intimacy without the other person thinking you're like some nymphomaniac, or have some weird fetishes or something that you're scared about? And it is scary. I mean, it is a crazy world out there, right? I mean, as a psychiatrist, unfortunately, I have to talk about this topic all day long, so I'm a little bit desensitized, but I think for the average person, talking about intimacy is very difficult. And so I can see your discomfort about it, and I can see where, a girl would be offended. I mean, you'd almost have to read her mind to know how to ask this question without her saying, how could you say such a thing to me? So, yes, go ahead. No, I'm not a PhD actually, but thank you for that extra degree. I'll take it. No, I'm a psychiatrist. I'm a medical doctor.
Well, to me, it's irrelevant anyways. So I'm sure you had a lot of statistics. I know you mentioned earlier that a lot of your answers are statistics-based. And you said that 75% of divorces happen through women.
Are
initiated through women. And one of the major reasons is intimacy, right?
Yes.
So I actually have the question to also the chef, since I heard your talking as opposed to hers, is that you also mentioned that a lot of the people that want divorce, there's a lot of different reasons that you have. I'm asking, do you have an actual data behind this, and was your talk dependent on the data that you gathered? And what is the data that you gathered? Like, what are the actual reasons, as opposed to a generalized talk that doesn't actually help anybody? To be honest, all the information that was given is pretty much known with the most basic Muslim on that general level, So in regards to the intimacy, like with the shuyukh that are initiating the nikah themselves, what are they doing to actually facilitate or catalyze those conversations? If they're too shy about it, I don't think the shuyukh should be shy about it, So
100%.
So I mean, like, even the Westerners, they have a driving test before you get your driver's license.
Absolutely.
Why don't we have like a meeting between them to where you facilitate those questions, not for you to inject your belief into their, or your answers into whatever they want. It's just, you're just facilitating or bringing up to light the answers that they should be answering.
100%.
So it should be
That's a fair question, and to actually provide you with that answer, alhamdulillah, mashallah, like most of the times, any marriage that I will basically perform, I have these set of questions that I send to them, like as a part of the premarital thing.
Was it like the 100 questions that were on the...
No, it's different. I mean, I'm sure most of them will probably be overlapping because they're common questions, but they're also super important to, like, actually establish like baselines and so majority of
non-general questions is what I'm getting at.
Sorry?
They're non-general questions.
Yeah, they're non-general questions. There would be specific questions about Mahr, about living arrangements, about, like, for example, like, life goals, about, like, raising children, the expectancy of, like, certain living standards, and, like, so, like, it would actually be, like, things that people, like, it's like they're must-haves, right? People are coming from different, backgrounds and whatever. The things are super important to them, so even intimacy is a big thing as well. So this intimacy question, do you have any health problems that I should know about? Do you have any, things that are deal breakers and, like, whatever? So there's actual types of questions that we do send out to people. So alhamdulillah.
And that's why I'm glad that you brought that up. And I know you weren't privy to my talk earlier. So my number one take-home message today, which I said I'd be saying over and over, is no couple should get married without premarital counseling nowadays. I don't believe that marriages stand a very good chance nowadays because we have a 50% divorce rate amongst Muslims in the United States, which is a statistical fact produced by ISNA and ISPU and every other research facility out there. That being said, I think that it's extremely important. The 100 questions that I listed were for Imam Majid out in Washington, D.C., from the Rahma Institute. But I think that what he did miss out on those 100 questions were the questions about intimacy, which is why I'm talking about it. But I just think that when these questions that are sticky questions are asked by a therapist, which is what I wanted to answer your question with, that's when the guard goes down, and that's where they don't feel offended. So if I do a lot of premarital counseling and therapy in my practice, I have a therapy-based medical practice, I will ask that question. It's very, very, it's a lot less disarming and less disconcerting when I'm asking the female, hey, what do you feel about intimacy? What is considered normal to you? What would you consider to be too uncomfortable for you? And ask the same thing to the future husband. Now we can have a conversation. There are certain topics that have to be discussed by a neutral party. Because if you bring it up, oh, how much do you plan to spend? How much do you plan to save? What do you feel about my parents? What do you feel about this? What do you feel about... They're going to start taking it personally because girls are sensitive and guys are sensitive, especially before marriage. You need a third party that is neutral. And that's why I just really feel like so many of the marriages that I see that come to me on the brink of divorce or having problems, I'm like, dude, why didn't y'all ask these questions before you got married? It's like basic questions, man. Like, can my mom have a key to my house to come in and go as she please? Yeah, it's my mom. No, I don't think so. So it's just basic stuff, but like, it's just not discussed. So I think that, I hope that the masajids and our community, there are things that we can learn from other communities. Like I said earlier, the Catholic Church will not authorize a marriage in the Catholic Church unless you have 6 months of premarital counseling. There's hikmah in that. And I'm hoping that our Muslim community and leaders like our fellow speaker and the imams here at the masjids start implementing that. I think that it is on the onus is on the Islamic leaders of our community to start asking and requiring, and I think a lot of imams are now being required to have mental health workshops and learn about these things because our community, like you said, is overwhelmed. Look, there's one of me. I'm a pediatrics and adult psychiatrist. There's 8,200 of me in the United States. The estimated need is over 80,000. There's a 1 in 10 shortage of me. So there's just no way that you can meet the demand. Go ahead. I'm talking about premarital counseling. Yeah. Well, I think Imam said it very well. It's more of a symbolic gesture nowadays because it's part of our deen, but I'm saying in terms of deciding the amount, it depends on the socioeconomic status of the person, it depends on where they are in their life, it depends on what the female's expectations are. It is a very personal journey, so there can't be a mandated way, just like there wasn't a mandated way back then. Right, but my answer, and I think the Imam said it very well, is that there is no specific way to do it. It's just whatever works for both parties. Just like a nikah contract, as long as there's nothing put in it that's impermissible, can be very specific to that husband and wife and can be very unique than any other nikah contract out there. And that's what the beauty of Islam is that you use hikmah and you look at the specifics, just like when you do premarital counseling, to answer your question about, we don't have practical applications and these suggestions that have been given are very general. He has to, because every single situation is different, and that's why the Imam and I are recommending premarital counseling, because then it does become individual. Then each person can say their story, and the therapist, and I recommended that it should be a therapist that's Muslim, that understands the deen at some basic level, so that they understand that they're walking into a Muslim couples therapy versus non-Muslims, because I don't think that it applies. And I've been in the therapy field for 25 years. I think Muslims should go to Muslims for therapy, because it's just a different ballgame. So I think that all your answers are there, but what we're telling you is that you have to go out there and seek that individualized attention from people who are qualified and trained in that specific area. So yes, Islam is important for fiqh and jurisprudence, but an Islamic scholar is not a therapist. An Islamic scholar cannot give you premarital counseling because they have no training in it. They can give you rules and regulations, but the nuances of relationships require someone who's trained. And Islam tells you that you should go, you don't go to an Islamic scholar to get your antibiotics for a UTI or an infection. So what I'm saying is that Allah's given us those methods, and he said go out and seek it and go out to those professionals. So I guess what I'm saying is you have that ability now, and alhamdulillah, like I said, we have many Muslim therapists and psychiatrists nowadays that are specifically trained in it, and I do not agree that it should be just an Islamic scholar that you go to for the advice, because that would be the wrong person. Now, if that Islamic scholar has a background in psychology and therapy, absolutely. So that would be kind of like my long and short of it. Let me get to this individual, and we'll get right back to you. Go ahead.
I just wanted to, so I guess the question that I asked you in the first talk that you gave before the break, I guess I would assume your answer, because I don't know if you remember the question.
Yes, it was how do you find out if somebody has mental health issues? It's an excellent question, which I will answer.
Yeah, and I was just going to say, so I guess I assume your answer is to just go to counseling.
I'm sorry, say it again?
To just go to counseling?
No, I think, first of all, how do you find out? When you first meet a girl or a guy and you're like, oh my God, I'm in love, he's so cute, he's so awesome, she's so nice. Like, how do you know if they have a history of mental health issues? And I think that it's extremely, extremely important for you to find out not only if they have mental health issues, but if they have a family history of mental health issues. Just like blue eyes or blonde hair or diabetes or cancer run in the family, mental health issues do too, guys. ADHD, which I treat regularly, which is attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, has a heritability coefficient of 0.94 and 94% heritable, 2 times as much from fathers to sons. So these things are actual statistically proven medical facts that are research-proven evidence-based medicine. So, bipolar disorder is heritable. Anxiety disorders are heritable. Depression is heritable. So I think just as much as you look at things like what degree they have and how much money they make, you need to be looking at whether there's a family history of mental health issues. And so I think asking those questions and being really transparent, like I told you, 50% of adults in the United States have generalized anxiety disorder. There's a 50% chance that whoever you're going to meet has a bona fide diagnosed generalized anxiety disorder. Whether they're treating it or not is another issue.
Trauma is something that...
Yes. Yeah. Generational trauma is huge, but that's a whole other topic. But I think it is very important. It has to be on your list of questions, and I will get to you. I just don't want you to keep holding your hand, I promise. I think that it is very important to have that on your absolute must-to-do list of questions to ask is, do you have a history of any mental health issues that I need to know about? Does your family have a history? And also, let's talk about sexual abuse, guys. Let's talk about physical abuse. So I was a camp counselor at this Camp Allen situation when I was like 18, I still remember, before I became a psychiatrist. And this is a true story, it's my story. I had a group of 12 girls in my camp that I was the counselor for. And we started talking about sexual abuse one night. I asked those girls, how many of you have been sexually abused by a father, grandfather, great-grandfather, uncle, friend, brother's friend, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? 9 out of those 12 girls in my camp had been sexually abused. 9. And the stories came out one after the other. It was my grandfather. He said he would like da-da-da. It was my this, was that. I was shocked. I also used to be the director of the Children's Assessment Center, which is the Center for Sexually Abused Children in Harris County, Houston. So I saw it, unfortunately, every day. But I'm absolutely shocked at the degree of physical and sexual abuse that our community endures as children. And guess what? That woman or that man is going to bring it into your marriage. Emotionally, physically, spiritually, in all sorts of ways, right? It comes out. So these are things that need to be asked, and somebody has to be vulnerable enough. Obviously, people can lie and be like, oh yeah, nothing ever happened to me, or I don't have any mental health issues. You're going to find out after marriage anyways. But at least ask those questions and be honest about it, and don't vilify them for it. Don't label. They didn't ask to have that done to them. You just have to decide if you can deal and tolerate and accept and live with the consequences of what happened to them as children. Because everybody absorbs things in a different way. One kid may be sexually abused and is totally, working on it and is able to have a normal intimacy life or, be psychological. Another kid may be a complete basket case as an adult, right? So there are definitely huge implications on your adult life. So it's not just asking about mental health issues. You have to ask about physical, emotional, and emotional as well. Emotional abuse, physical abuse, and sexual abuse. Yeah, abuse is abuse, and it's 3 different ways, right? Emotional abuse is being cursed at, being told you're stupid, you're dumb, you're not worth anything, you'll never be anything, that was a bad grade, you suck. So you carry that low self-esteem into your marriage, right? Which affects intimacy and all sorts of other things. We know what physical and sexual abuse are. So I think that, and once you find out if they have, because there's a high likelihood, right? Every single one of us in this room has probably experienced it to some degree, whether it's mild or, there are very few fortunate kids who have never experienced any abuse at all. But then you have to decide, can I live with it? Who is this person? It's made them who they are, and do I love that, or is that something that's going to be a challenge? I hope that answers your question. And if you find out that they do have mental health issues or have a history of abuse, do that in premarital counseling, work it out. But there are some other things that I did want to talk about that are extremely important, and I'll get to it as soon as I'll get to your question in a second. The gentleman in the back, you had a question?
Sure. I have... Yeah. To see her before marriage?
To see her hair.
To see her hair before marriage? So this is something that's being done, obviously, with the pure intention of getting married, like, seeking this person out. And hair is something that is one of the biggest part of your attraction factors and whatever. Islamically, you're allowed to see it once. Once, that's it, right? So that is something that is allowed, but it has to be done in a very, very controlled way. It's done in a very, this is something that is not to be, like, for example, like if you take the same example into a conservative society where, for example, a woman wears a niqab, right? A woman wears a niqab and she covers her face. But now when the prospect of marriage is there on the table, and the prospect, the person wants, the face is like one of the biggest attraction factors for most people, right? So Islamically, yes, she's allowed to show her face. So it applies, the same principle will apply here with hair as well, inshallah. Yeah.
Yes, you had a question? Well, I was 18 back then. Now I'm no longer abused, no longer shocked. No, I was 18 and I didn't know about those things back then. I'm talking now as a psychiatrist. Obviously, I know how prevalent it is, but I was a child back then. Yes, you did miss that lecture. I'm happy to briefly just go over it.
I think we're also short on time.
I think we're short on time, yeah. So let's ask, I'll ask you privately.
The lecture is actually recorded. You can actually go back and listen to it.
Perfect.
Sisters had some questions, I think. I'm sorry, we've been focusing a lot. Any of the sisters had any questions? Yeah.
Who is the question for him?
No problem.
Can you give me a specific example just to help me understand better what are you talking about, like the number of women that he was with before, or drinking, or drugs? Like, what are you specifically referring to? Once again, my answer, you guys are going to think I'm so boring. Premarital counseling is a really good way of having all those good things come out, because they will probably be more honest with their therapist and say, I'm struggling with being honest about this thing with my fiance, and what should I do about it? And I think that's what a good therapist will say, is that I'm your safe space, tell me everything, and let's actually have a real conversation, because you want longevity in that marriage, right? You don't just want to get married and then have a crappy marriage. So I think that there also, and there is this question, and actually Sheikh Yasser Qadi's father, he does a lot of, he used to do a lot of dawah work before he retired. What is the Islamic perspective on a woman having had a past and then, asking for forgiveness, or even a man, and when the partner asks them, so when the future husband asks, have you had a past, are you allowed to lie about it and hide it if you've asked for forgiveness and corrected your ways, Imam?
That's a very difficult, to be honest, because on the one end, we have this concept of when a person asks for forgiveness and does tawbah and all of those things, those are some things that, that is between them and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But obviously, in terms of this context, it affects, because you're bringing another person into your life. And again, I would say that if this is a make or break, if this is a deal breaker for you, then this is a legitimate deal breaker. And I feel like this should be applicable even after the marriage has taken place. If this is something that's literally, it's I've had cases where, for example, there was a person, extremely conservative, a scholar of the deen and whatever, and this and that. And I'm saying it could happen on the other side too, right? Men sleep around all the time. Wal-'iyadhu billah, may Allah protect. But this person was a very serious, studious, student of knowledge, scholar, went through madrasa and every, schooling and everything else, coming from a very hyper-conservative society. And he married, a girl, and it later turned out that she had tattoos. Right? She had tattoos, meaning that she was promiscuous. But I don't know if she, again, it's her past life. Maybe she did tawbah for it. Maybe she asked for forgiveness from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But for him, it was just too much. It was just too much. He just couldn't, he wasn't able to.
But it's also deeper, right? It's a break of trust.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a deeper issue. It's not just about whether they were promiscuous or did drugs or whatever. It's just, you lied to me. So if you can lie to me about this, what else can you lie to me about? And I think it's really hard, right? Because I think growing up here, I see a lot of kids mess up a lot. Kids mess up a lot, right? Growing up here. And they do things that are stupid and they regret it. And then they move on and they try to better themselves, but that's lying inside them. So they're already beating themselves up about it already in their head. You know what I mean? And then they have to meet someone that's really great, which is where they are now. And those past experiences are what made them who they are now. Exactly. So I always tell people, you have to meet people where they are right now. Mm-hmm. Whoever that person is that you're attracted to, guess what? The reason you're attracted to them is because they are a culmination of their experiences and the wisdom that they've gained from those. And I think a lot of people who are younger, or even not younger, we tend to be very naive. Oh, I'll only meet a girl or a guy who's never done anything wrong in their whole life, because in the Quran it says the clean for the clean and the unclean for the unclean and all this stuff. But, after all of the things that I've seen, go on, I just feel like the best attitude to take, guys, nowadays is you meet people where they are right now. Yeah. If they have arrived at this space and you love what you're seeing in front of you, it's because of what they went through. And if you can take that attitude and have rahmah and understand that maybe everybody did have a past, or maybe they did or didn't, but it's made them kinder to you, more appreciative of you. Maybe it was a guy that did have a few relationships, but he was treated so badly or whatever that he treats you so wonderfully because he appreciates how good you are to him. You never know what brings people to where they are. So I guess what I would say is have rahmah. Yeah. But the whole dishonesty thing, what I tell people is, if you're comfortable answering something, you say, if you ask me anything, I'm going to be honest. But if I'm not comfortable, I'll tell you that's just not something I'm ready to talk about right now, or it's not something I want to. I would rather hear that and respect that and say, you just have to know, you have to see what you like right now, and if that works for you, great, this is where I am right now, but I'm not comfortable. And you say the same thing to them. I'll ask you questions, and if you're not comfortable, you say, I'm not comfortable answering that question. Just have to respect that. I think that's a much better way than just lying. So that would be my answer for that.
Beautifully said, mashallah. I think, and one more thing that I wanted to add to this is that if this is something that is so important to your spouse to be, right? You know that this is one of their deal breakers. You know that this is something that is super important to them. Look, at the end of the day, concealing it, being deceptive about it, will only harm you guys in the long term.
They will 100% find out every single time.
Exactly. So it's, again, it's about the way that you approach it. It's about the understanding that you approach it with. Maybe you can seek the advice of someone that, look, here's a situation, I'm talking to this girl, for example, or I'm talking to this guy, and here's a deal breaker that they have, like, for example, here's a problem that I had in the past. How do I go about approaching it and approaching that conversation, right? Building yourself up with that confidence, with that ability to be able to say that, you know what, this is something that I did in the past, but I'm not going to carry around the guilt of that because I've already sought forgiveness. This is one of the things that many times, because of the guilt that we're carrying around with us, right, it just, that just hampers and hinders us from actually, becoming healthy. And so actually bringing in that healthy, into the marriage, that's the most important thing that we want to focus upon, right? Because, if you're holding something back and it's a severe, like, trust issue type of a situation, then that's really, you have a long road ahead of you.
But the challenge with that, and I'll tell you what the challenge is. Let's say a girl did stuff with some dudes before she married this guy, right? And then he finds out. She's never gonna hear the end of it. Because this fear is that if I tell somebody about my past, if I tell them I was with these girls, I was with these boys, or I did drugs, or I did alcohol, that they're going to use it against you in the next argument. Oh yeah, well you were whatever before blah, 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 or you did this, who are you to tell me? And that's the problem with relationships. We kind of suck as humans sometimes, because when we're in that fight, we're just going to go below the belt every time. And that is a vulnerability, and I think that's what, you take that risk. If I'm honest, then I'm holding myself vulnerable to this person who's going to use it against me the next time we argue, or to just undermine whatever is going on. So,
and
scary.
Particularly for our sisters, I'll say this from the male perspective. If a man shares something with you as intimate as that, don't ever weaponize it.
Don't
ever
do
weaponize it. Because you are completely shutting the door for him to ever share anything with you ever again.
That's right.
It's huge. This is a big thing. It relates into the way that we think. It relates into our psyche. It relates to our confidence, our trust issues. That's all I'm going to add to that.
There's a gentleman that had a question back there with the sunglasses. Yes. Wa alaikum assalam.
I would say that nobody has the right to judge them. Nobody has the right to judge them. However, when you're getting into a situation of marriage, you're about to become intimate partners for life, inshallah, right? Then this is the right. You have a right to ask. You have a right to have those things that are important to you. You have a right to it. Allah gave you that right. If something is important to you, you're allowed to ask for that.
Marriage is a very special situation. For example, ghiba is haram, right? You can't say anything bad about someone. But when somebody's getting married, if you know that that person, there's some information that's sinister or bad that that person needs to know about them, and someone comes and asks you for a character witness, and they're like, is this person chaste, or is this person have good character? And you know that they've cheated you in a business dealing, or you have to tell them. So remember, marriage is very specific and special and different from other, like maybe the lay person cannot ask you, but the girl that's marrying you has the right to ask you whatever she wants. But like I said, the beautiful answer that you can give her is exactly what we said. And you can say, whatever I've done, I've asked tawbah for, I'm not comfortable talking about it, and you'll have to respect that. Either that works for her or it doesn't, you know?
I want to just add to that. There's a hadith of the Prophet ﷺ that the Prophet of Allah said, Al-mustasharu mu'taman. The person who's being asked an opinion about something that they have knowledge about, it is actually haram for them to lie about it. Even though it may be against, their own family member, friend, or whatever. But if, for example, business dealings, or for example, marriage, or, you have to be honest. If somebody's asking you, if you're not comfortable being in that position, just tell them that I'm not comfortable, please ask somebody else.
But right? what if you haven't been asked? How about this? In the community, you find out 2 people are getting married. The guy is totally innocent, for example, very good Muslim, and the girl's just been had a really bad past. And you know that the girl has lied to the guy and presented an image of herself that's not true.
Yeah.
Now or for whatever reason, or she has mental health issues, whatever, she just didn't. So is it as a community, and then you get invited to the wedding and the boy's family's like, oh, you know the girl too and this, and you're just quiet because do you get involved? You haven't been asked, but you know she doesn't have good character. What do you do? What is Islamically our obligation?
Islamically, if you see a harm in society, the hadith of the Prophet ﷺ is very clear. من رأى منكم منكرا فليغيره بيده فإن لم يستطع فبلسانه فإن لم يستطع فبقلبه وذلك أضعف الإيمان. Obviously, you don't have to publicly address everything, right? Because most of the times publicly addressing things, especially subjective matters, like actually you end up humiliating the person, and most likely the islah doesn't work to begin with. The rectification doesn't actually have benefit. In private settings, right, if you know that somebody is, gearing themselves up to be in a situation which is going to be detrimental and harmful to them, then actually just giving them nasiha in that sense, very, and this is a very sensitive place, because it now interacts with the niyyah that a person will have. And you want to be very careful about not crossing the line, where it becomes ghiba, where it becomes personal. Maybe you don't like the person or whatever. Now you're like, okay, this is my chance, my opportunity. So it becomes a very, very sensitive issue about niyyah and intention and sincerity and all of that. But to actually, take the person aside or approach them from an avenue. Maybe, for example, you don't approach it directly, but you may be able to talk to someone who's close to them to tell them that, look, this is the situation that they might end up putting themselves in, that this is something to be careful about. This is something that I think that you should find out a little bit more and ask questions about it. You don't have to take the direct approach. You can do an indirect approach.
Yeah, because usually you get blamed.
Exactly.
You're like the fitna maker, So you see that a lot nowadays. People getting married and are like, what the heck? That person's marrying that person, seriously.
Exactly.
So, okay, thank you for answering that. Sure. You had a question?
Don't shoot the messenger. Sorry.
So I think the first question was about what happens when you get married to that really hot guy or hot girl, and then they gain a bunch of weight and don't look good anymore, basically. And so what's the Islamic opinion on plastic surgery or doing things if you're not as attracted to that person anymore because they've changed physically over time? Is that the right question? Is that what they're asking? Yeah, I mean, look, do you want to take that, or I can take that either way? I mean, this is like my daily bread and butter in my therapy practice. Right?
So I genuinely believe that, look, in marriage, we have to make a constant effort. And it's not just physical effort. It's an effort on the relationship. Like that whole slogan where it's like, you have to date your wife and like whatever. The dating doesn't stop and like whatever. Like, you have to invest in your marriage. You have to constantly invest in your marriage from a personal level, from, taking all of the factors into consideration, contributing, being a helpful person, trying to go out of your way to, encourage and motivate and inspire, right?
Don't body shame.
Yeah.
Don't call your wife fat, please.
Yeah.
Or your husband fat.
Even the body language that, the specific language that sometimes we use, it can literally make or break someone.
Absolutely. So the other thing that you have to take into consideration, I see this in a lot of Muslim men, is, your wife, has 2 or 3 kids, right? She's gone through C-sections and deliveries and medical issues, and she's a great mom. She's running around after them all day, and she's not that size 2 anymore, and she's not able to give you all the time and attention because she's taking care of your kids. And you go outside and you're getting more successful because you're getting older and you're more established in your career and you're getting all this attention from other people, and your wife just is not looking that great. And she doesn't have the time to take care of herself, maybe because she's going through that phase of life where the kids are little, So I see that a lot. And I do think that I love the Imam's answer is that if you want her to look good, then help her.
Exactly.
You know, be supportive and say, you know what, you do so much to take care of me and the kids, baby. You know what, I'm going to help out. Let's go work out together. You know, I'll watch the kids. Why don't you go work out? Let's get your personal trainer because I know. No, let me tell you something. No girl or guy wants to be out of shape. They know when they're out of shape, and they know when they don't look their best, and they don't already feel good about it. So instead of being someone who's like, I'm not attracted to her, why don't you say, hey, what can we do to get you there, and let's do it together. So I think teamwork makes the dream work, like I said earlier.
I love that slogan. Right?
Thank you. I know, I love that too. So I think that, you know, and as far as things like plastic surgery, you can probably give a fifth perspective. I can give you my perspective on what I think about that too. And I think that there are men that have come to me and that have just said, listen, my wife needs a mommy makeover. It's just, you know, the scars and the battlefields of having children, the changes are just, it's just killed it for me. And I think personally, if your wife is up for it and she wants to do it and it'll help your marriage and it'll help bring that intimacy back and that's going to protect the marriage and the family, and you're doing it for those reasons, the niyyah has to be there, right? The niyyah is the propagation of the family, the sanctitude of that relationship, intimacy-wise. It's all about the niyyah. I mean, if you're just doing it to go out there and show the world and get your Instagram posts or likes or whatever, that's totally different. But if you're talking about saving a relationship and that's what's required, I think Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala looks at that niyyah. I mean, you can give the Islamic fiqh perspective on it.
Absolutely, I agree, 100% here. From the fiqhi perspective, you know, the fiqh also allows to a certain degree, right? Obviously, you don't step overboard because, again, you know, the hurma and the honor that Allah has given to the human body, the way that Allah has created us, you know, in the creation, there's a specific, you know, importance that is given to it. And تغيير في خلق الله, changing the actual creation of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, this is actually a very big factor, which the sentiment of it actually exists beyond, you know, this life even. So, you know, post-mortem, cutting open the body, donating organs, and that becomes like a very tricky conversation, you know, as well. So I think that when it comes to these situations, they're very subjective, and they should be treated on an individual case-by-cases. An opinion should be sought from an Islamic scholar at the time of to say that this is the extent of something, and you know, if this is something that's inshallah going to save the marriage or like whatever, then there definitely should be grounds for that. The same way, like for example, if someone, for example, if someone is experiencing severe health issues, that to the point that there's a threat of like severe, like, you know, issues to the health, there is cases where abortion is halal. Like I'm just giving an example here, right? There's specific cases in Islam where abortion is halal, right? This is literally, you know, right?
And remember, you know, the biggest victory for shaitan is to divide a husband and a wife, right? Because it's the crux of, it's the foundation of society, 100%. Right? So I think that understanding that the sanctity of marriage and keeping that marriage together, it's very nuanced and it's very individual. So to answer the question about the plastic surgery or taking care of, you know, things like that. And it works both ways. In fact, there's a very famous hadith where the woman goes to the Prophet, right? Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. She's like, I don't want to be married because I just don't love him anymore. I'm not attracted to him or something like that. And he grants the divorce, you know. So it was there from the time of the Prophet. But, and the second question that you had was about in-laws. And so I'm going to make some other statements too. Yeah. And you're going to do okay. Yeah. So I'm going to make some statements. I think if there's medical reasons, like the parents with Parkinson's or whatever, absolutely. But I think it's very healthy for a marriage, especially in the early years, first 1 or 2 years at least, until the husband and wife have their own established routine, for them to live on their own.
I agree.
Okay, I think it's extremely, extremely difficult being a relationship therapist to learn like 5 new relationships at one time. I'm married and I have to get used to the brother-in-law, the mother-in-law, the sister-in-law, the daughter-in-law. It's just too hard. You know, it's a lot to ask any human being to do both ways, son-in-law or daughter-in-law. I think that husband and wife, it's such a wet relationship. It's like wet cement. You need time for it to solidify. So then you can bring people on board. I think later on, if parents come into the picture and, you know, you need to take care of them in their old age, you guys already have your routine set. Now, there are exceptions. Obviously, I love my mom, and she will always be with me forever and ever. And no, just kidding. But I'm just saying, obviously, there's exceptions to the rule, like the gentleman that I told you who has not gotten married yet. He's 48 years old and has still not been able to find a wife because he can't find someone who's ready to take on the responsibility of all the medical visits and the Parkinson's that he deals with. So, but in general, I think that if the couple thinks their relationship will get worse, if the in-laws are there that are already causing fitna, that doesn't really make sense to me, because he's saying that the question is that they're living with in-laws and that's what's causing the issues. If he feels if he moves away from his own parents that he will resent his wife more and it'll cause more issues? Right, and I understand that. So I think that's where men need to step up.
Yeah.
Sorry. That's on you guys. I mean, those are your parents. It's up to you. You are qawwam for your wife. It's your job to protect her. It's your job to give her a chance to have a healthy marriage with you. So you've got to sit down and say, Mom and Dad, I'm always going to be your son and I'm always going to love you and be there for you. I just need to not get divorced right now. So give me an opportunity and we will figure this out, but I need a chance to have a healthy relationship with my wife.
I just want to make a quick commentary here on this particular question that, look, I wholly agree that in terms of the first few years, the formative years, I absolutely am of the opinion that people should separate and actually establish rapport and trust and confidence in one another and establish that circle of trust and all of that, right? Because that's when you can actually build a partnership. When you're actually there, you only have to contend with one another rather than everything else that's there, like all of the politics and like everything else, the drama that happens, right? But on a real, pragmatic level, many times, especially in the U.S., when it comes to a phase in your life where you have children, right? Sometimes, that family support of, having, parents or having the grandparents nearby. I'm not saying necessarily jointly living or whatever, but having, family members, having, those relatives that'll be able to step in and help. It becomes a crucial factor. It's
actually helpful.
It's very
in the later years. I mean, I moved right next to my mom and dad when I had kids. I was like, Mommy, Daddy, I'm back.
Right. So especially, it actually contributes. Right, because say for example, you've been dealing with the kid. Both of you have been dealing with the kids, and like whatever. Sometimes you need a break. There's this MYOF theory. It's called MYOF theory, MYOF, my time, your time, our time, family time. Right, everybody needs this to survive.
I love that. I'm going to take that. Thank you. Learn something.
So I need some time to myself, and my spouse needs some time to herself. Right, my time, your time. Our time, the bonding time, where we don't have kids that we have to deal with. We need to go on a date. We need to go out for dinner. We need to do something nice. We need to revitalize the romance and the relationship. And there's nothing wrong with that. The Prophet ﷺ did that with his wives. It's literally there in the seerah. I mean, think about it. These are intimate issues of the household of the Prophet ﷺ, yet we know about them in the ahadith because they are so important.
And I think it's about that balance, right? Rasulullah ﷺ always took the middle way, right? So I think what he's talking about is having a balance. There's one comment I want to make, which I didn't get a chance to do in my talk, and I really think that you guys need to learn about this before you go. Conflict resolution skills. You can have two of the most amazing people that you've ever met in your life, a guy and a girl, and they get married, and if they don't know how to resolve conflict, that marriage will break. So please ask the person that you're going to marry, how do you resolve conflict? What do you do when you're angry, when you're sad, when you're upset? Do you give the silent treatment? Do you scream and shout? Do you walk out of the house? Do you throw things? Do you cry? I don't know what you do. The person has to be able to tell you what they do when they're in a state of crisis. And you need to see that and experience that. So please, make sure that when you do premarital counseling, that you guys both have a similar language or understand each other's language of what conflict resolution skills and management look like. Please, please do not get married to someone unless you actually go through that in detail.
I would also add to that is that, it's not just all about premarital. you should also have, even after marriage,
absolutely.
you know, a mentor, somebody who is, you know, sincerely genuine and caring towards you, somebody who will keep your privacy, somebody who will actually like try to help the situation. You don't share with everybody. Don't share everything with everybody. But you need to be able to share sometimes, because if you don't have that outlet, guess what? It's going to come out the wrong way.
Right.
And that's what happens.
And that's why it's nice to have that good premarital therapist before, because you can go to them after, because they kind of
Exactly.
already know your history. You had a last question for us? Oh, you do too.
Hmm.
So time is important. That's why I don't think you should marry someone within like the first 30 days of meeting them or something. Like, you need to take your time and get to know them. I told in the earlier part of the lecture, I said at the first 6 months of a relationship, you're only meeting someone's public relations representative. You're not really meeting them. The mask starts to fall off after 6 months. So that would be my best answer, is that you're going to figure it out.
That's so true. That's so true. Oh my goodness.
And there's a gentleman here in the blue and red and white, yes? So, wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah.
Learn how to be a good football.
So this is a super common question that I get, and I actually have a good answer for it just because I deal with it all the time. First of all, you know, so historically in our culture, women and men don't have the same kind of connection. I'm talking about a generation above us and prior to that, right? So the marriage a lot of times becomes of convenience. So mothers have a very Oedipal relationship towards their sons, meaning that, I don't know if anyone watches Bollywood, but you see that scene of Shah Rukh Khan jumping out of the helicopter and his mother's waiting with like candles, and there's like background music and he's running towards her. So there's this like, so women, what we do, when we don't have an awesome relationship with our husbands, we put it all into our sons. So when you're growing up, he's your beta, he's the boy that gives you the flowers and makes you feel special and does all that stuff that your husband and you are not doing. So what happens is when the wife comes along, that becomes competitive, right? Because you've been the only woman in his life and now you're no longer that way. So that's right. And that's the problem when women don't understand our deen and you put your son in the center of your heart instead of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, right? So that's why that relationship exists and it becomes very competitive, right? I think that the onus is for sons to stop feeling guiltified that their mothers will be upset or whatever and learn how to balance. It is all up to the man. So if the mother wants to come and complain and your wife doesn't, and if the wife wants to complain, you just hear it and then you still continue to balance it. But if you get sucked in, and I had a case where the mother was used to once a year, it was our birthday or Valentine, I don't know, some special day, that he would put roses on his mother's car seat. And the year that he got married, he didn't. And so there was a huge fight because the mother's like, he always put roses on my car seat on my birthday, and this is the one year, and it's because, and instead he took his wife out that day, right? So the wife got blamed. She was like, I didn't even know that he put flowers. I would have gone and put the flowers on the car seat if I knew. You see what I'm saying? So really, honestly, men, unfortunately, are terrible at balancing their mothers and their wives. So once again, therapy will help to balance that, but it is 100% up to that man to set those boundaries with his wife and set those boundaries with his mother and understand they're both women who want his attention. And if he doesn't know how to balance it and gets sucked in and starts fighting with the mom or fighting with the wife, he's going to be the one that's, you know, going to perpetuate that. I hope that answers your question.
This is the oldest and most contentious relationship in the history of this world. Let's just put it that way. So it's never going to go right. You just have to maintain it.
You have to become a psychiatrist to become a Well, I think understanding that a man's role is to be respectful to his mother and not blindly obedient to whatever she wants him to do with his wife. Like, I don't want you to go. No, you have to be respectful and handle her with love, but you still have to give your wife her rights and her dues and things like that.
Exactly. So from an Islamic perspective, لا طاعة لمخلوق في معصية الخالق, right? That there's no obedience to the creation when there is a disobedience of the Creator.
Beautifully said.
In this instance, if the mother is forcing or trying to force the son to disobey or to break the rights of his wife, then this is where he has to draw the line, right? Because those rights of the wife are God-given rights from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, right? So that balance and that line has to be drawn, right? I think that's, we have a question. He's been raising his hand all the time.
That's what, yes, then the gray shirt.
Last okay. I can barely hear what you're saying. Could you project a little bit louder?
Where's the microphone?
The microphone is right here.
Oh, okay, just speak louder. That's fine. No, I think he's okay. That's a beautiful question. He said what women look for, number one, is security. What can men do to provide that presence, that secure presence for women? Number one, consistency. Consistency is so important. If you say you're going to do something, try your best to do it. Don't be a man that doesn't honor his word or honor his commitments. I think the problem is that when you first fall in love, there's a lot of over-promising and under-delivering. I will always do this for you, and I'm here. And then it doesn't happen, and women, we're kind of concrete. We listen to you, and we hold you to it, So I think being consistent, number one, and I think being a safe space. So not hitting below the belt. If they're having a moment, if they're crying, if they're upset because they are more emotional, being able to be that emotional safe space. Women need emotional intimacy. Men can be intimate, boom, it's a physical thing, boom, it's done. Women need emotional intimacy. You've got to be a little bit of Dr. Rashid and be ready to listen. When she's talking on and on about her girlfriend who hurt her, or the people at work that were mean to her, or she's just, having a bad time of the month, you got to be able to be there for her emotionally, okay?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Sorry, women need emotional intimacy and men need respect.
Yes.
That's kind of how it goes. I think in that dynamic there.
Very well said.
Yeah.
So I think another way to create security for a woman, so number one, consistency. Number two, being an emotionally safe space. Not hitting below the belt, not using her wrong things or insecurities or her challenges against her, feeling like she can feel safe with you. I think, do you have any other suggestions?
I have, so one thing that I would like to contribute is also trying to actually understand the perspectives and the differences in the way that the genders actually think. There's a wonderful book, Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. It's a famous book, right? It talks about, how men are solution-oriented, right? And women are sometimes just, they're just venting. Yeah. So you should be able to understand that sometimes what they're seeking is not just a solution, they just want you to hear them out. Because they're social creatures. Their bread and butter is actually like the social, things that they're dealing with and things like that. We are more, are more geared towards, for example, like, the hunter-provider type of mentality and like whatever. I'm not saying that we're like cold, like robotic beings and like whatever. We also have that, but for them, that aspect is so much more, important. That
Yeah, and I have an excellent piece of advice. So everyone knows the 5 love languages for men and women. It's gift giving, words of affirmation, physical touch, quality time, and acts of service. Those are the 5 love languages. Ask your wife what her love languages are. Maybe she'll say all 5, lucky you. No, but once you find out what her love languages are, do them. If she's someone that needs to be told all the time that she's beautiful, say it. Listen to what's important to her. If she likes to be given gifts, give her something cute, make her something. If she likes acts of service, fill her car with gas. In the morning, she gets into the car, oh my God, he filled my car with gas, it was empty. So figure out what her love languages are and do them and be consistent. And that'll give her that sense of security that you're really listening to her. Same thing. You can still find out what her love languages are and do them. You can still do acts of service. Well, there's lots of acts of service you can do for a girl before she gets married. There's lots of words of affirmation you can give her. There's consistency. So in that marriage, as he's courting her, being consistent about the things that he says he wants to do and actually doing them, and being consistent in the things that he says that he wants to do for her.
I think one of the things pre-marriage is also the confidence that you bring, right?
Insecure, wishy-washy men are so unattractive.
Yeah, the confidence that you're bringing to the table that, look, I'm not a perfect person. I have my flaws, I have my faults, but here are some of the things that I feel like I'm stronger in. This is exactly who I am, right? And when that confidence is projected, right, then that builds, that actually sets the ground for the trust to be built, right? For that safety and that security, for that net to be developed, inshallah. So I think just,
Well, thank you so much, everyone. You've been so patient today. We hope that you learned some information, skill sets. We put the 100 questions that you can ask that Imam Majid recommends you can ask each other before marriage on the website, on the Facebook page. We want to thank Imam Mayman and Fatima and the organizers and doctor here. Sure. Sure, absolutely, absolutely. She was talking about the Myers-Briggs, the psych testing that we do. We do psychological testing to learn if you're ENFP or things like that. And all of those things are helpful. You know, I think everything you can do to learn each other better is all setting you up for success.
Great suggestion. Inshallah. Jazakumullah khairan.